Hello, hello, guys. Oh yeah, I zoomed my camera in a little bit. I think I need to fix that. Um, Also, I need to capture the right game. Oh, that does not look right. All right, things need fixing. Can I just fit? Perfect. I don't know why that is showing. Why is my Spotify showing? Huh? I don't know why that's showing at all. It shouldn't even be able to be shown. Something ain't right. Huh. Oh, it just froze my screen or something? Huh. Wait, that's not right. Huh. Before I do anything though, let me fix my camera. Suddenly I have a new setup. God damn it. The zoom is a bit much. Okay, that's a bit better. Because I do want to zoom it just a little bit. Um, this is a bit better. That works. Next up, why is this window not working properly? I might have to maybe restart the game to make this fully work. Potentially. I don't know why, like it hasn't been a problem before. Oh, wait a second. I think I see the problem. Save that. It's still glitched. I don't know why it shows my spot. I just took a picture of my screen. What if I swap it to something else, then go back? What? Oh, wait a second. No, I know what I'm doing wrong here. My bad. I used the wrong capture for some reason. Fixed. Okay. I also don't have sound, so that's cool. Sound. Fixed. Now I'm trying to fix this because I want some abilities in normal cast and some in instant cast. It doesn't really fully work in the settings. This has been a problem for me the whole time in the alpha. So right now I want my ultimate on normal, my 2 on normal, but my 3 and 1 on instant. But it's very awkward trying to make this work. For some reason it just doesn't a lot of the time. Let me see if this does anything. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Because you have to do this with every single god, and you don't have an easy way of doing it by just pressing K and then doing it. You have to do it in the settings, which is a little awkward at the moment.
An ally has left the game.
But I say I want to just do this on the gods that I think I'm gonna play. I believe I've done it on Odin. Have I done it on Chalk? I think I have. If not, I'll just use instant cast and get used to it in the game itself. It's not like it matters a whole lot right now anyway. But Mordred is, for some reason, not available. So I obviously have this. I have the Founders Pack. I think most people do who got into this. So we should have these available, but they're not. Like, I want to play Mordred. So for now, this might be a mistake, but I will just spend this here. Let's see if this works. Okay. I want to play Motor real bad. As I assume most people probably want to. So I will just buy it. Hopefully it gets refunded once they fix the problems. But if not, I have 4,000, or 400,000 I should say. Spending 900 just this once for this is something I'm willing to do. I forgot to spend my SMITE 1 gems. I'll have to do that off stream at some point. I need to use all my gems. I'm level 2. I played a bit of the flash test, so this is probably why. All of these. Not really anything big. You can see when I played and when I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No 6. I have 7. No 8 or 9 or 10. Titles. And global emotes. Clownin'. That's the one I need. That's funny. Some meme faces. Alright, hopefully I can get solo. If not, that's also fine. I imagine the games in the beginning will be very mix and match in terms of skill levels, I imagine. I do wonder though. I'm not really sure what I need to build in Modred. I tried him a few times. Maybe just once actually. I tried him once, building him very hybrid in one of the flash tests, and I thought it was all right, but it got absolutely destroyed by the other edition in Jingwei, who just cripped me to death very, very easily. But I actually thought it worked out all right. It was pretty decent as mages, but I don't think the build I had was particularly good. I was just kind of building something quick. Is it glitched? Am I forever stuck in match found? That might be the case. Try cancel search and try again. If not, I might just be making some builds or looking at builds if it doesn't really work in terms of matchmaking just yet. Then I'll see if I can make some builds. I mean, Hades might still be really good. I might have to still play Hades. He wasn't nerfed, but he was the best previously. As well as Ares' chains being fixed, so I don't think he's going to be that good in solo anymore. And even then, like, I'm pretty sure Chalk, Bellona, and Odin will be the best soul laners anyway. Unless Hades still is really good, then I imagine he will be up there, but a lot of it depends on builds too, of course. Yeah, I don't know how Ymir actually functions now. I need to try him again, because he might still be pretty good. He was quite nice into some of the soul laners. Mostly specifically Bellona. He's very good against Bellona. He is Not as good into someone like Chuck or Odin, I would say. He's probably decent against Odin, actually, but you do have the fear of getting ringed and potentially ganked as a result of not being able to get out. But I don't think there's any of the mages outside of potentially Anubis who might work in solo right now. Maybe in rare cases Morrigan could work out, because she's got pretty decent clear and long range clear. Whereas I think Sol kind of just gets smacked. Hecate has too low mobility to deal with frontline, I think. Especially early. Kukulkan maybe could work, but should experiment and find out. I will. I'm already in queue, but I don't think it's going to work just yet. I think there's going to be some issues. Let me see if anyone else has gotten into a game. Yeah, I see. Some people have already got into the game. Damn, that was fast. Because mine glitched out. I might have to restart my game. Because, yeah, I was just stuck looking for a match before. I might have glitched it out. Yeah, I think I'll try and restart. I don't know why it's taken this long. It didn't before for the first one. I'll just restart completely. In case something went wrong. I might have just glitched out my game by cancelling out the queue I had before. I'm looking at other streams as well to see. If there's something I can learn. I need to load my profile in again. Oof. That took a while before. Oh, well, it did it fast. No problem. I also realized I need to... Yeah. I'm not a part of the creator program, which really fucking sucks now that drops are enabled. Not only because, you know, people aren't getting them for watching me, but also because I need to watch someone else to get them. I think it's a soul skin anyway, I don't really care much for that, but it's a free skin. Is that a switching or high-risk thing for the drops? It's a high-risk thing, you gotta be a part of it. A part of their creator program. I was denied. for some reason. I mean, I get it. I don't have a gigantic fan base at the moment, so it's not a surprise, but I used to be in it, so I thought it would be enough this time around. I'm not sure what they want you to average, because they aren't really telling you anything about it. It is a mystery. I don't know. They didn't really give specifics as to why I was denied. They just said I was denied. Could be automated, I'm not sure. I guess I'll just have to wait. I guess everyone who logged in at this time or already got into a game or something. No one's playing now. Get me in. I bought Moderate for no reason otherwise. Unbelievable. Yeah, rude. It was. But yeah. I think the only thing that kind of sucks with it is that, you know, they want you to get a bigger fan base, but a lot of people won't come to like the lower streams when there's drops because, well, they need the drops from from a different stream. So they can't sometimes watch the one they want to watch because there are no drops on that one. So I don't even think it helps like smaller streamers when drops are a thing. It only helps the biggest streamers because people are just there for the drop, so they just take the first one they get to see those drops on. If it's not there for their main streamer. Got a game, boys. Finally. We're in.
Mordred.
Roll. Solo. Lock in. Hopefully, at least, the only thing I ask for in these lower elo, or elo, in these lower potentially leveled games is that people know which role they're playing. Because one of the big issues with the alpha in general has been that people just go wherever the fuck, and suddenly you have 2 people in solo or like 3 people in mid or some weird shit like that, right? I just want people to go in their roles. That's all I want. So far, that seems to be the case. This guy seems to be filling in. Maybe not. He's picking Anubis now. Yeah, cancel that. This guy might go anywhere. But everyone else seems to understand that there are roles. Wait, notebook? Notebook? This is Mr. Risterian. We got up in here. I think I got... I think I need to do the Bruiser build, man. I do. A mix of offense and defense. Sacrifice some survivability for damage with basic attacks and abilities. I want to try this. And I think beats is the way to go for this. For this first game, I will automate my build here. I am selling this though, so that I can do 3 health pots and get my blue buff. I do not want it to level up shit for me though. Do not do that, game. I guess I'll use him in normal cast for now, while it's kind of weird to use. How the hell do I turn that off too?
Okay.
Don't
Good luck.
actually buy stuff for me, game. I don't want that.
Yes, thanks. Good
Well,
luck.
buy stuff for me, but don't do anything else. So yeah, this is normal cast. Dude, can I put this to instant cast then? Because I kind of want this on instant. Save. Hopefully that worked. We'll see when the buff spawns, but... I also want his 2 on instant, I believe. 3 I don't mind having on normal. I might get used to it on instant though, but... Right now I'll try this. Mordred's looking real cool so far though. I only tried him about once, maybe twice. Yeah, hey, Rostarian, I noticed. I noticed.
No problem. Yes.
A little bit of some FPS drops here and there, but nothing major. We'll see what happens when we actually get into combat. Yeah, give me so many achievements. It is leveling up for me. I don't know how to turn that off. I have no idea how to turn that shit off.
Awesome. An ally has been slain.
I need my 3 instant cast as well. I felt it right there. Well, Bologna 3 no longer heals, I believe. Maybe it does. She's healing quite a bit. Unless they buffed it again. Should be under access. Okay, let me check. Auto skill. Yes, thank you. Alright, thank you very much. That helps quite a bit. Oh shit, how do I level up my... Oh no. I need... Oh no, dude, I actually can't... I can't level up my things. I literally can't. Okay, I can back and fix it in a second. But I literally can't level up my things right now, it's not working. Something ain't right. Why can't I level up things?
Your left tower is under attack.
Save. Saved? Saved. Alright. Got it, boys. Alright, well, as you can see, I have Mordred. Some people probably don't know how this god works. I can explain to a basic extent, because I obviously am not experienced with him, but I have played him more than once and sat with him a bit in some of the flash tests. So I know how he works, and he's got a very, very powerful ultimate, and I can show you right here. He's got a quite powerful ultimate that can go through walls, and essentially is an Arthur ultimate with a gigantically long range that you can aim. It can also hit multiple targets. And now, I don't know what their idea is of SMITE 2 so far, but the 2 gods they have released specifically for SMITE 2 have very, very powerful ultimates. So, I'm not sure if that's just gonna keep happening, but the rest of their kits are generally fine. Like, he's a low mobility god, he's got some movement speed built in. And he's 2. but he's a bit of a weird god. Besides from that, really. His ultimate is just super powerful. It has two... yeah, it's an Arthur Old on steroids, 100%. His ultimate has two stages, just like Arthur as well. When you charge it up, you see my little passive down here. When it's fully charged, it does the big charge, as I did before. If it's the small one, it's a short range, like an Arthur one, kind of, or not one. It's like an Arthur's rank 1 ult. Let's see if I can actually kill him for this. Okay. I'm not so sure how much damage it does just yet, so but I took the chance. It's very, very powerful. But once you beats it, I think he's gonna be one of those gods that, you know, if he beats it, he's gonna just fall down and you can kill him because he doesn't have actual mobility. Or no jump or dash or anything like that. Which is not entirely true, because I keep forgetting. His passive is a dash. So I can do this. A small dash with my through my passive. So I'm actually sitting here lying. Yeah, he does have a small dash. It's very small, though. I don't think it's going to make a gigantic difference, but... It's interesting that his passive is a dash. As I was saying, he's level 1, or old, I'll call it. Level 1 old is a very like linear, kind of like his 3. A linear ability that siphons and steals some health from a target. I believe it stuns as well, we can see here. If you hit an enemy god, they are rooted, and then channel and siphon their life force. So it channels them basically, and it heals you a bit, it roots them. So... The rank 1 is pretty good as well. I can just use it here to show... Oh, she's just running away.
Careful, enemy spotted. Attack. I'm building stacks.
That be bloody. You're not getting through me.
So now I have my my rank 1 here. Ults. See if I can get in range. I could not. Alright, her ult.
Enemies in right lane.
There are a lot of people over here. Unfortunate. IA should ward.
Awesome. Your right tower is under attack.
In terms of game feel, I think it feels very good. Legitimately. I think it feels great. The only thing that still kind of lacks a bit is impact. I think the game still lacks a bit of impact when you use an ability and they hit the ground with a big smash or something like that. It feels like it lacks that oomph in terms of sound effect. But besides from that, I think it feels good to play. It is responsive now. It feels nice.
Has been slain.
It's good. Wait, have I killed Bellona 3 times? I didn't realize it was that many.
I sense your
I still gotta use that instant cast. I forgot to do that.
treachery is afoot. An enemy has been slain.
Ah, a little hiccup there. See if the bleed is enough. It's not enough. Damn. Unfortunate. He missed. No, get him. That sucks.
Slain.
Let me back off here. So in short, I think he is very cool. I am still unsure of how powerful he really is. Dude, keep running. Okay, there we go. Instant, and I think I'm gonna do instant as well on my ult here. I just gotta get used to the range on my rank 1 ult. Alright, that feels much better. He's definitely a bit of an ability spammer. I think you can build him both ability based as well as auto attack based, because he does have a steroid. A pretty good one too. I put it on instant cast, I think, but I still have to double press it. The ult might be glitched on instant cast.
An enemy has been slain.
I did, right? Yeah, I did put it on instant cast. I can just do this actually. That should fix the problem. Also, what am I actually building? It's good for me to know here. So, okay, I've Shield the Phoenix and Wish Granting Pearl. Oh, I'm building Intelligence. Huh. Intelligence and attack speed.
Enemy spotted.
I believe in you.
Behind us. On my way. Behind us.
Okay. Yeah, this game is already more fun than what I've tried with just the alpha. People actually playing the roles. Because I think the alpha is something I had trouble with enjoying, was that people were so different in skill level, and I guess new players just wanted to play SMITE 2. Or test it out or whatever, so they didn't know roles. People would just play and pick whatever, go wherever, rotate fucking from like duo to solo, and just didn't really do anything. Like, it wasn't even for a gank, it was just, they were just running around. Which kind of ruined a bit of the enjoyment for me in that sense, but... This build actually feels really good on him. What finished him off? Huh. Just my bleed, I guess?
You're not getting through me.
What is she building? Oh, Berserker Shield is a thing now. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, your duo decided, yeah. I mean, they probably might be a skill difference in that, in this one. People are definitely rotating weirdly in these games. But now that we have levels, that will only get fixed with time, so... Pretty sure you saw me run in here, right? I guess not. And you can also use it as an escapability. And you're not gonna be catched unless you're against like a Thor or a Thanatos or something like that that can like ult after you. But that is something you can do.
Pain is all I have ever known. An ally slain.
Damn, I kind of want him to chase me. If I can get my ult up, I should be good. Hey Mo, it's good to see you, man. Where you been all this time? You back for SMITE 2? Dude, I gotta get used to my cam being zoomed in a lot more than I'm used to. Does my dash actually do damage? It does, a very little amount.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Yeah, I'm level 16. They cannot deal with me right now. I'm actually gigafed.
Good game. Yes.
Skank mid.
And manipulate. Welcomes me. Not getting through me.
I missed my one. When you siphon your ultimate, the rank 1, you cannot use anything else. So I do think that is a good little, like, balanced thing, I would say. Because you're kind of standing there, you can move, like, slowly, but... yeah, that's so much damage. But to be fair, I'm also really fat. I'm 4 levels ahead of you, so... that usually also makes a big difference. It does seem very good, though, I'll admit. This build seems like it's pretty damn good. Or he is just really good.
On my way.
Especially the ultimate. We can definitely agree the ultimate does damage.
Your time.
Let's see if she walks up. And it hits multiple targets, by the way. It hits multiple targets, by the way. I think that's a bit much. It shouldn't be able to hit multiple people. Why would it do that? Yeah, I'm not taking any damage. No main confirmed. That seems not fair. You're right. It does really seem not fair. But when I see something more not fair, because I can show you something that is way more not fair. Let's gank Neath. I don't think I'm not in range. Sad. It's fine. Just rotation power. Sad. Damn it. There's too many people here. Open the door! Let me out!
And manipulate. I'll be there.
No, dude, I got baited. I got baited. I thought that the purple bar was some kind of shield. I guess it wasn't.
Sorry. On my way. Isn't that unfortunate?
Sad. Nine to 5 job, not sure about coming back. Is it worth it? We don't know yet, so... If you're not having fun with it though, that's the thing. You gotta have fun with it. No point if there's no fun. But you're probably right. If you have a full-time job, it might be tough. And it wouldn't be... It's always hard coming back to a game, like an online game like this, because people have simply just played it the whole time you haven't. And they're so far ahead in skill levels, it's tough. Like, when I came back to SMITE, I wasn't planning on going into competitive again. I still don't know if I am. Right now, I'm just checking if I'm having fun. I've been playing for about 4 or 5 months now, after coming back. And I will say, SMITE 2 is very fun. I'm having so much fun just this game. But it also helps that I'm playing a new god that I'm actually enjoying, because I feel like that hasn't happened for a while. So many new gods just haven't been for me, I feel like. Morgan Le Fay, I would say, is one that I've been enjoying a lot. Problem with Morgan was that the second I found her really fun in ranked, she got banned, because she was bugged. And so I couldn't play her anymore. That's so typical. I'm level 20? Oh shit. I need to see how... I gotta get used to the range on the ultimate. This is still too far, I think. This might be enough. Let's see. This door does not... Oh, it does open for me. I'm stupid then. I'm too used to SMITE 1. I could have gotten out before then. I was just sticking around for no reason. So, okay, interesting. So, I feel like it shouldn't. I like the SMITE 1 system where the door doesn't open for you unless you have a Phoenix. Otherwise it gets too easy to get out from diving. Depends on the ping and servers. Well, right now it feels great. It lacks other things, like impact. It's something I've been saying a lot. I think it lacks a bit of impact. Like, when you hit a big ability like Bologna Bludgeon, for example, her 2, the big hammer, it feels like the impact from SMITE 1 just isn't the same as it is in SMITE 2. Or like the other way around. It doesn't feel as good in SMITE 2. Lacks a slight bit of impact, but like, it's not bad. No! Okay, it's easy to miss. You can actually juke it very easily, because it does not turn very well. Oh no. I was thinking about going back in, but I think I need to go the hell out. I gotta get out. Does Bluestone not upgrade? Dude, this build is focusing... I'm auto-building at the moment because I'm trying to figure out what's good, but I might just yoink this build and build it manually. But it's not... it didn't finish my starter first. They won the Stone of Binding. Still good though. Actually, is it? Do I have any CC? Not really.
Right tower is under attack. Center block.
Gang's left blade cancelled. Enemies have returned to base.
Center block. Your right tower is under attack. Death follows close.
Yeah. Not doing a whole lot of damage anymore. I missed. Sad. What a tragic state of affairs.
Attack the fire giant. Destroyed the fire giant. An ally has returned. Okay, Your middle tower
A
is
not
under
unwelcome sight.
An ally has returned.
Let's see if we can. Damn it! Oh. Damn. Ow. I guess we're out. I feel powerful. I really feel powerful. I have a war. Oh yeah. Wait, why do I have a sentry on me? Did I accidentally buy a sentry? Oh, I guess it's just the. Never mind. I'm not buying still. Got a normal ward as well. Scott seems disgusting. He does, yeah. He seems very powerful. He's also new, so that's sometimes to be expected. And this is also a casual game. It's with varying skill levels, because I'm level 1, like everyone else now. He feels powerful, but I don't know how he would do if I didn't get so fed in the beginning, you know? Like, I got really, really fed.
Enemy missing.
I killed my opponent 3 times.
Enemies in left lane.
They also don't like have a particularly, I would say, quote-unquote skilled ADC, which results obviously in me having a much easier time as a frontline. Right, GG's team. Can they see when you're old? I'm actually not sure what they see. I haven't been against Mordred yet, so I actually don't know what they see. I think they can. I'm pretty sure they can see me. I don't know how clear it is. The new level up screen, I guess. Cool. 600 something. Nice. Unlocked nothing. I got 2 levels. Now this has showed up. Awesome. So now I have Jingwei. Did I get my gems back? I did. No, I actually didn't. I haven't gotten my gems back for buying Mordred. It's fine. I kind of expected that. It's fine. I have 400,000 legacy gems. I'll be fine. And I'm now rank 1 on Mordred. Meaning I can clap or something, right? I have an emote on him now. Claim. Yeah, I think this is the coolest thing, Moex. Is that you have these battle passes on every single god. Oh, you did get them back? Okay, maybe mine are just delayed then. I definitely haven't gotten mine back. Because I was at the 401k. This is the coolest thing, I think. So by playing a god more, just like you did in Smite 1, you obviously level up. But now there are way more rewards for it. You get even the new gems, now known as diamonds, for leveling up. When you hit level 5, you get the so-called legendary skin in Smite, and they look fucking awesome. You get emotes and stuff, which are really cool, more gems, as well as the emotes, which I think is very, very good, because the emotes in Smite 1 were so weird. Like, you had to like buy them through chests and stuff, or just buy them. It was a bit weird. You get stuff like you can customize the card art itself, and then you get this one at level 10. And they look really, really nice on some gods. I think the golden effect is a little much personally, but these skins look fucking awesome. They look great for just being recolors. So I think this is awesome. They look really, really cool on some gods. I'm very, very big fan of the Odin one. Like, there's also these ones. There's also like a purpley-ish diamond-looking one. But dude, the Odin one on this, like now he's a god, you know. This man has transcended godhood. Even though Odin is kind of an asshole in lore, but that's fine. He is the All-Father according to himself. I haven't seen some of the others though. I don't think I'm thinking this one as much. That's just Thanatos. That's normal Thanatos. It's just gold instead. Dude, I need to level Thanatos just for this emote. The clowning emote. Wait, am I still... I'm still in Q, okay. Q is a bit long at times. What about Bacchus? Oh yeah, you get the shadow skin as well. I don't know what this is from. How do you get the shadow skin? I'm unsure of that. That's also kind of funny. That also just kind of looks like Bacchus' normal one. Yeah, this one's nice. I like this one. I think it benefits the gods the most personally that has armor. Because it really shines with the gold, I think, when it's armor. Is Conquest the only game mode available? You can play Arena as well. And Ranked will come later. I don't know how much later. If it's later tonight or if it's later the week. If it's later in the patches, I'm not sure, but it will be later. I think waiting with Ranked is the only good option. Really need to wait with Ranked. We gotta make sure that people know how to play the game first before we introduce Ranked. Damn, this is a cool Bologna skin. This looks really nice. This one's also pretty cool, but it's still kind of in the same vein as her original. It's not different enough for me to stand out that much, but it's still cool. I like the eyes just turning gold, or like different color, rather just being normalized. That's pretty cool. Not a lot of gods, so you can kind of get back into it. Like if you want to start up again, now is a good time, Because they'll be re-releasing gods with new changes and stuff. Like Neath. You would love what they've done to Neath. Neath's 2 now like places a weave on the ground. That's really powerful. You set up her 1 so easily now because of that. She's really good. Yeah, this golden stuff isn't doing much for me, but it's just the lack of clothing means it's just more skin. I need this emote as well. That's great. I know so many of these memes, the meme faces. I make this face, well, not in real life. I would if I could, but I make that face so often. Wait, Neath doesn't have... Oh, never mind, she does. Oh, I think I understand now. You don't actually get these skins. You need to buy this. Do you need actual gems to buy this? I just realized they're locked. Maybe you can buy them for free through all of this. I think you get 225. Is that the correct one? Like 225 diamonds? I'm not too sure how that works. If you can just earn it for free.
Mordred.
I'm gonna just grab Mordred right now because people are unable to play him for the most part. Maybe I won't this time. I want to play him, but I also really want to try someone else. Damn it. I want to try Chuck.
I shall be their end. I am the hand of justice.
I want to try Chuck. I still wish this skin was not green. It just doesn't fit me. I like green. Green is actually my favorite color. But I don't like this skin in green, I guess. I like the SMITE 1 version a bit better. Okay, I'm against Mordred this time. I don't know if he's going to be in lane. Probably not. He seems to be that jungler, but... So many people already have the shadow skins. They already bought stuff. Nice. But yeah, I want to see how his ultimate looks. This seems like a good idea for Chuck. But actually, I'm gonna manual build this time. They kind of have a lot of shit I want to beat, but I'm gonna run Blinket this time. Oh, this time around.
Hello.
I want to do because I want to do Bluestone. You can do Conduit Gem Chalk could be kind of fun to try as well to see if it's worth anything. I seem to be against Magical. Assumably. Meaning Mystical Mail would not be the biggest way to go, or the best way to go. I'll do Shifters. Shifters should work quite nicely.
Have fun.
This feels like it's very unsatisfying to start with, though. Alright, screw it. I'm doing Mystical Mill beginning. And I will just start with this. I believe in, like... Oh no, it is one of these games. Yeah. Saul is running around and... I guess I'm mid. Guess I'm mid. Or jungle, I guess. Maybe I'm actually jungle. Screw it, I'm jungle. I believe you leveled your 1 now. Because it does way more damage. It was just buffed. So it does so much damage now. No, I can also be jungle. I don't know who is... Whatever, I guess. Sol just joined my lane, that's what happened. Axe throw does feel a bit better
An enemy has been slain.
than it used to.
Send the blood. Your middle tower is under attack. I shall slay an enemy.
It's bagging.
An enemy has been slain. To the face. Prime storm.
Damn, how did my second hit miss there? We're essentially playing with two junglers. Because Thanatos is also jungling.
Your middle tower is under attack. Slay an enemy.
You will never be free.
This poor Morrigan just got ganked double ganked. I should probably hang around duo at this point.
Your left tower is under attack.
Because, yeah, Jingwei is level 2. I'm going back to duo. Or back, I'm going to duo. To make sure something is happening. Unless I can finish stuff. Kinda want to finish my
An enemy has been slain.
mystical mount before I really do anything big.
Your left tower is under attack. Death follows us. Shimmering radiance. The face. By the light. Be purged.
Oh no.
An ally has been slain.
All magic flows to me.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Attack middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn it, I still can't buy it. So close.
Godly wrath.
I need to get used to cancelling my 1 before I use my 2 on Chunk.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, now that I'm jungling, it's kind of bad I'm running Mystical Meal. Wait, does it do the same thing? Yes. Dude, the effect is so hard to see. I cannot tell if I have Mystical Mail on or not, you know?
An enemy has been slain.
Don't die.
Enemy missing middle. All magic flows to me.
Tragic.
Your right tower is under attack.
At this point I should just go full damage, but if I do that we won't have any front line. So I'm not really sure that's a good idea either. Bluestone gives strength? Huh. Wait, so Bluestone would not be good on some magic wielders, I guess? I guess they never really used it anyway in Smite 1. So not really like it matters.
Your middle
Naga Queen has spawned.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been slain.
Damn it! Damn your combat blink.
Has been slain.
All magic flows to me.
Godly wrath. Glory.
Overpower and manipulate.
Slain an enemy.
Go, Mr. Komeo.
You have slain an enemy.
Not if I like leveling the 1 over the 2. It just feels better leveling the 2. I'll grab shifters as well. If I'm going tanky, I'm gonna do it well. I'll do a hybrid.
An ally has been slain. To the face.
What happened?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. To the face. An enemy has been slain.
Chuck's autos are still weird. I still don't like them.
You will never
Unstoppable.
destroy us.
You have slain an enemy. To the face. An ally has been slain.
I'll back, I guess. Grab some magic protection somewhere.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll grab myself some Helm of Darkness.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy.
Get some more use items. I gotta get used to those specifically. Those are the biggest challenge for me for Smite 2. The active items. I need to remember they exist, and I need to plan and simply use them for muscle memory purposes.
Your left tower is under attack.
Because I'm bad at it.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll be mixing a bit, because I don't know if intelligence even is worth it on Chuck anymore. It's decent in some things. The ultimate still scales 100%, so... it's not too shabby.
You will never be
Can you still charge Chuck's ult as well and then blink? Same thing with the Ymir. Can you start charging and do it mid-cast? Should probably test that.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. To the face!
Been here long enough.
By the light, be purged!
I thought I was dead.
Rise high! You have slain an enemy.
I think Chug is also a very good example of the lack of impact. Like, listen to that compared to the Smite 1 sound, where it does like this crackling, like lightning sound.
An ally
This one just goes like,
slain.
it barely makes any sound. Hey Benji. That is my biggest criticism so far, but it's also one of the... Like, it's something they don't need to prioritize super highly, so I understand. But they could just use the same sound effect, you know? They started doing it on some gods, so I imagine they could just do the same thing. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Like, Honor's Impaled sound is back.
Storm.
Interesting, so you can see how far you can reach it too. And it's pretty easy to kill as a front line at least. Naga Assault, hitting an objective or jungle boss spawns 2 Naga soldiers. Yeah, so let me try this. So, bonk. No. I don't see any soldiers. I'm so buffed up. I'm buff.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. To the face! Attack! To the face! An enemy has been slain.
I'm curious, let me go hit gold.
Is under
Maybe a bigger objective will help. Let me see what happens when I hit gold. There they are. Go, my soldiers. They can tank as well. Yeah, they're not... They can tank... Okay, 3 hits. Okay. That's pretty decent. You can definitely use them to tank a little bit. It is not bad. My build kind of sucks here. I don't know what the hell I'm building. I do need some cooldown though. So I'm going Pridwin. First game of the day. I did one other as Modred. I went 11 to 11. He was quite good in that game. And now I'm playing Chak in a role I'm not really sure, like semi-jungle, semi-support, because my solo was yoinked, even though I went solo. Which is also why I'm building kind of whatever, because I don't know what the fuck I'm building. I ended up being in a role I wasn't planning for. Guess I'll just push solo. See if we can actually start something.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanatos is level 18. Damn.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy storm.
Just laughing.
Completed.
Yeah, life of casual queue. It's just because it's a low elo queue, right? I'm level 3 now. I did one game, I got 2 levels, so I'm level 3. But it's essentially a level, you know, it's a fresh queue. I understand. Things will not go as planned, but give it some days, maybe a week or something like that, and I hopefully the people who play a lot and are giga nerds like me will have enough casual elo, if it's even a thing. It might be level based. It could also just be a hidden MMR in casuals, as SMITE 1 does have. It's a pretty tanky Hades, to be honest. Oh, wait a second. Pridwen is... Oh, it's an active thing now. Huh. Interesting. Okay. My active also does not work. I'm pressing G. Oh, it's on Q. Oh my god. It's because I have 2 active things now. Damn it, dude. I went into that fight with Pridwen in mind. Alright, I learned. It is on Q. Q, huh? Okay. I screwed up. Damn, what a silly death. Well, Thanatos definitely seems powerful. It does damage. Did you Artemis and Apollo? I don't need Apollo as well. I will take him to solo. Artemis I don't need. Artemis is so powerful right now, or has been for so long in SMITE 1. I don't need her yet. She can stay the fuck away. Actually broken. With a built in SMITE 1, she's just fucking broken. I don't want to deal with her yet. You need your mains? Yeah, I get it. I understand. I would like some more warriors, I'll admit. Like, and some of the more fun guardians I would like as well. I will definitely play more Ymir though, I think. Assuming he's still decent as a solo. Because he was nerfed. Unfortunately. Ymir was indeed hit by the hammer. The big nerf hammer. I still want to see this guy use an ult at me. I haven't seen Mordred's ult from an enemy perspective. I want to use it myself. I need to see how it looks. He only used it once point blank on me, and that's it. No! My blink is up so soon. Don't slow me. Get me out. Okay, I'm 20, so we can finish this. And what do we want next? Like the Amanita charm is probably also worth it, because it's so good. Also, what the hell is this cooldown? 45 seconds? Huh. Pridwin seems pretty good. 45-second Pridwin, a shield that explodes and dealing damage. Not too shabby, if I say so myself. Oh, we do actually have a T screen now. Dude, awesome. What about a... we don't have a Y screen. Healing is reduced when you attack fire. Why did she get big? What happened? There's some active thing that makes you big. That's really funny. She's gonna die before we even get there. Damn, Bluestone is quite pretty good. Bluestone is kind of chunky now that I finished it. Left is so pushed, it's all the way down our tier 2. Huh, why did I stop tanking? The hell? Thanatos definitely seem powerful. I am practically a full tank, and that's how much damage it did to me. Could just be the items themselves that are really good for assassins right now. Because Assassins definitely felt a little overwhelming in the early alpha. Oh, underwhelming. Didn't press it in time, I guess. Thought my TP was well timed, but never mind. We got a Chalk mid. Yeah, Chalk mid might be really good. It probably will be very good. Because you can just build him full mage now. What we got here? I could do Hussar's Wings, honestly. Oh yeah, I can't do any more active items. You can only have 3 now.
Attack left lane.
Sure, whatever. I'll do Chronos Pendant. I have no idea what I'm building at this point, but I'm testing. CDR as well as... Can you check somewhere how much? Like if you've... what is this? Interesting. You can mute people specifically there. Okay. Yeah, I need to figure out if I can check my stats somewhere. Some pools.
Welcomes me.
Some pools of something.
Finally subsides.
Yes. You solo and duo? Yeah, that happens a lot. Happened in this game as well. Dude, got my kill, why? I think right there is one of the big things. Like, Mordred is gonna have a really rough time. Like, he kinda reminds me of Tsukuyomi. Pretty powerful normal abilities, but without his ult, or like with his ult, like... Tsukuyomi is a bit different, because his ult is not a good escape either, but without an ult that can get you out or anything like that, he's gonna struggle real bad. Like, a fully charged ult is not something you're gonna have that much, probably. Or in some cases you won't have it as Mordred, and then he just dies. So. Also, I zoomed my cam a bit. I'm much closer now. I'm not actually, but I'm not as far away. It should help with the cam focus a bit as well. Oh, am I leveling up? Just in terms of casual stuff? Because I'm bronze now. Hell yeah. Level up, God Mastery. Great. Right now, it's just about slamming as many games as possible and level up, so that we can get to some better games, even if it's just casual. I might try Jingwei next just to get a feel for her. See how she feels. Because they did change a decent amount of Jingwei. She actually feels quite a lot better. I only tried her very, very quickly in practice. Same with Susano. I want to try Susano as well. That's actually a lot of gods I want to try. She feels good. Yeah, she feels pretty good. From what I tried, at least in my quick practice mode. We'll grab solo. I could do Odin. But for now, I actually think I'll try Jingwei. It's either that or Mordred. I still really just want to play more Mordred. He's so nice. How's this one? Damn, that looks awesome with the white hair as well. That's really cool. She doesn't need to say it every time. Well, I don't think I'm getting solo in this one, boys. Just based on what people are picking here. Maybe I am actually. It actually kind of lines up. Soloing Bacchus and Neith at the moment. It's definitely a big skill difference. Wait a minute. Gapu? Gapu? Dude, that's not a coincidence. There's a dude called Gapu and he's playing Fenrir. All I'm saying is, that's not a coincidence. I'm going beats. Watch him say hi to me more than the other lanes. Now, how far does this go? To tier 2? Pretty much the same as before. Yeah, I mean, you still start with the 1. I don't think I... Do I have anything on... Okay, I have everything on instant cast besides from the 1. That's good, because I want to aim this. I can't fucking use instant cast with this shit. I'm so bad at it. Ymir is here.
Defend left lane.
Ymir! Oh man. Tragic. Neith hasn't bought anything.
Minions have spawned.
Defend the fire giant. Enemy missing left.
Damn it.
Defend left lane.
New shiny autos. That's a horribly placed one. Yeah, Neith is just AFK. I guess I'll do this and then I'm dipping. I'll go to duo then. Or Ymir is defending left. It's another Jingwei. That I did not expect. That feels very strange. Her dash does not feel that very good. I'll admit. Here he is. It is gonna be Gabu. It's gonna be tough. Dude, Neath actually just queued for a game and went FK.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think this game is already over. It's crazy. It's gonna be so easy for junglers to camp some lanes because you can just hide in the grass. And some like frontliners or backliners, I should say, will just die if they get jumped by someone like Fenrir. So they can just sit there forever and truly just bait it out.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, Neath is here. Damn horn minions.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Stingray also isn't bad, so I don't think I'll just be able to farm him and get fed. Clean crit. I missed my ult because I forgot I was instant cast as well. Okay, Fen is here. He can be my walk-in ward for the Finn here. That's good. That was our first kill. Good job, team. We're on the board.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, there we go. Now we're doing something.
An ally has been slain. Your middle
Okay.
tower is under attack.
Oof. How did he know? He must have seen me walk in there. Gabu confirmed aim wall hacking. It's either that or you can still hear the backing. I shouldn't have followed Thanatos. I knew he's not that good, so it was a bad idea. Should have gotten out.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower.
This guy's missing everything. I believe in him. He can at least hit one or something eventually.
Your right tower is under attack.
No, my blue buff. It's gone, isn't it? Gabu's gonna be waiting for me right here. Oh, close enough.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Oh, we lost left
Your
tower.
middle tower is under attack.
Smite just fucking crit me like 3 times.
An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Dude, it feels like you cannot miss Jingwei's 2 at the moment. It's so big. It feels so big. Also, did it just buy me Fatalis? No way.
Your left tower.
No, it just gives me movement speed. Damn, dude, that's a good item. 30% crit as well, it's kind of massive.
An enemy has been slain.
Big.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
You can't miss her 2, he says. Proceeds to miss every shot. Great. No crits?
An ally has been slain.
Dude, she was one hit, man. Gabu, at least let me kill her first. Bad sportsmanship. Respect the 1v1.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Damn. I thought my auto would finish her off too.
Under attack.
No crit. Otherwise I would have had her. I wouldn't say I'm tryharding for this for sure. Just on the topic of tryharding. But I think I will try to win in like a more casual sense. Because the more you, like, if you win, the more rewards you get, right? You get more XP or all that stuff. I want to get up there faster. So while I won't be like super tryharding if this was like a competitive game, I am definitely trying to win.
Ally has been slain.
I couldn't tell where he was. The dot was like off to the side a bit, so I wasn't sure.
Your right tower is under attack.
Thanatos just chilling here with me now. Dude, he just ulted away! This man is ulting for mobility.
An ally has been slain.
Did Neith just... yeah, she just went AFK again, I think.
Has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Fight me! I'm just gonna farm. Once I have enough crit, I might be able to clap someone, somewhere.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I'm noticing the aggressive plays, and dude, it doesn't even matter.
Slain.
They're still full HP. I have to go back to duo, or to solo.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Otherwise I'm losing farm.
Has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe it's just me, but the 3 does not feel that good. It needs to be a bit faster, like the SMITE 1 version.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Gabu! All my deaths is because of Gabu! I kinda lost the 1v1 there though. She does way more damage than me, but she's also one. Yeah, she finished her item. I'm falling behind now. Sad. Dude, he managed to miss both. That's crazy.
Ally has been slain.
How much do I need to finish this? I can finish this. Yeah, I think there's a lot of sound issues in general. Hopefully they can take a look at that stuff. It is still an alpha. I still think that's worth like noting.
Slain.
They're not holding back on it being an alpha in any way.
An ally has been slain.
I'm dead. Dude, we definitely got out
Has been slain.
MMR'd, or outmatched here. My team is just full of people who playing the game for the first time, it feels like. And their team is not that at all.
Your middle tower
Tragic.
is under attack.
Dude, come on. He didn't get him.
Has been slain.
Sad. Alright. They're mine now.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
My Ymir left me. Ymir! Just bagged! Give me a freeze! Okay. I got 2 kills though. It's a good amount of gold and XP. There's gotta be more people coming. I'm just gonna go out. Ymir's level 9. Screw it. We're going for the Gabu. I shouldn't have gone in. We got Gabu. After that, I should have gotten out. Dude, is Bacchus building? He is. No, he's not. Why is Bacchus doing so much damage? What? I need to see that again. I know Bacchus pretty much scales off of protections now. Something ain't right with how much damage he just did.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I'm not critting enough. Dude, is my cooldown just bugged? Yeah, it's supposed to be 12 seconds. Huh. Wait. Do you charge it up? There's no way. I can't tell. Like, what is this? Can you reload, essentially? What is happening? It looks like you can. Dude, that's so weird. That's gonna make her so powerful. She's the actual crit god then. In every sense of the meaning of that. That's insane. Jingwei is actually OP. Just because of that. It makes her autos really, really big. And it gives you crit. And you can reload up to 3 times. My brother. That is very, very good. Okay, if they're on the left side, I'll be alright here, I think. What? What is he building that does so much damage? I'm I'm looking for him. He's gone. No, he went over there.
But who will haunt your dreams now?
I'm serious, Jingwei is actually broken. She's actually broken if you can recharge her too. What the hell? Now that I know that, it makes her much better. I didn't know that was a thing.
An ally has been slain.
You liking it? I like it so far, yeah. It's a lot of fun. Jingwei is apparently Giga OP. So you can reload your 2-3 times. So I can shoot my 3 shots like that, you know? Recharge it. Recharge it. What? 3 times? That's insane. You can kill people so easily with this. Unless they're Gabu, because I'm currently against Gabu and it's not great. Because my team is not prepared for that. It's the famous Gabu Fenrir. The forbidden rank match I did not need. Damn. I have been shut down. This might be bad. Not a worth trade. Hey, Sakamore. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing great. I'm doing great, yeah. I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun with Smite. I'll be playing a lot of Smite 2 today. Get out, Kukulkan, you're dead. So yeah, I'll be playing a lot of Smite 2 today. I might even go past the usual time with the dog walk. I'll definitely be skipping my dinner until later, and I think I will probably end around 8 or 9. Probably. I also don't want to burn myself out, but I'm having a lot of fun with this right now. The main thing right now is that I need levels. In the beginning of this alpha, things are going to be a bit awkward. Because you have games like this where it's so uneven in terms of skill levels. Like, my team has no chance against, you know, Gabu or even, like, I don't know who the Bacchus is, anything like that. So they're getting completely destroyed. I was pretty much alone against their team in this one. I was the only one who was able to do any damage. So it's going to be a bit uneven for a while, as expected. So I'm level 4 now. Just gotta get more levels. And hopefully there is a hidden matchmaking system in place, so that once we have enough levels on some people, or enough, I guess, hidden MMR, for lack of a better term, we can get into some better games. I think it's very good that ranked is not available at the moment, because it would be a mess. It would not be enjoyable. So anyway, I figured out now Jingwei is OP. Good to know. I want to try Susano. I might do a Mordred game again. Mordred is a lot of fun. I want to get better at playing him. But besides from him, I'm not really sure. Chuck was alright. I need to figure out who my main is gonna be. And then simply get good at that god and figure out a good build for that god. I don't know though. I'm not a Chuck person, I feel like. I get kind of bored of Chuck pretty fast, but I also won't deny how strong he is. So he might end up being the main once rank comes around, if there isn't anything new. Potentially Odin as well, but Odin is a bit of a weird one. He can be hard to carry with sometimes. A good Odin is very, very, very impactful. But going into a late game, I feel like he relies more on having a team rather than himself. I would like to have something where I could potentially actually do more. But Odin is up there for me as well. I want to play more Odin. And if not those, then, I mean, Mordred is pretty fun to play at the moment. Hopefully he's going to be a good solo. But I have a feeling he's just simply a better jungler. His kit just fits jungling way more. Did you try Mordred already? I did, yeah. My first game was on Mordred. I'll try him again, though. I'll play him a bit more. I think he's the one I want to focus on today, for the most part. I'll do like a game of Mordred, then something else, maybe then a game of Mordred, and then something else. Something like that. Because he's also the most interesting one. Like, he's the new god. And I'm actually enjoying the shit out of him. He's super fun to play. I do think he has like one glaring issue that I think a lot of like frontliners slash assassins have. And that is, if he doesn't have a fully charged ultimate, he has zero means of escape, pretty much. He has a very small dash with his passive, and some movement speed built into his kit, but he's pretty easy to lock down. But right now he's very powerful, I think. He does a lot of damage. He's kind of in the same vein as a Tsukuyomi, except he's got a bit better escape ability. I think if he has a fully charged ult up, he can definitely get out, but it can also be blocked. I think it's worth noting. His ultimate can be blocked. So if you see someone like Mojo trying to get out, and you have the health to also tank the ability, you can just block it, and he won't get out. But if he actually gets into it and he starts running, I don't think you're gonna catch him. Yeah, the complete opposite of a lance. That is true. The queue is pretty long though, but I guess that's something you should probably expect in an alpha state. Not everyone is gonna buy themselves into it. Hopefully the open beta or open alpha, whatever they're gonna call it, is gonna come sooner rather than later. Because it would be really bad if Smite ended up in a position where Smite 1 doesn't have enough players to be relevant, but they also don't want to spend money on getting into Smite 2. I think that's the worst case scenario. Is when all the casuals lose interest because the Smite 1 lost too many players. Right now, the only step that I really want is for people to play their roles.
Mordred.
Because right now, people are not playing roles. They're just running around, not doing anything. Just stick to your roles, friends. And everything will work out. Smite is looking good. How's the playability? It's great. It feels like Smite 1. The only thing that I've mentioned it a few times today already. I feel like a broken record at this point, but sound effects are underwhelming still. Sometimes when a big impact is supposed to hit the ground, or it hits the ground, it just lacks sound effect. That's my main problem. Like when Chuck's 1 hits the ground, in Smite 1 it has this little like and then like a crackling lightning effect. In Smite 2 it doesn't have any of that. Dude, a dodge? Are you kidding me? I waited 4 minutes for a dodge. Sad. Are people already buying gems? There's no way, right? People aren't buying gems. I guess people just have the Ascension Pass. Like, I would like this, but I'll have to buy gems, and I'm not buying gems. Or diamonds. Excuse me. But some skins would be nice. So edgy. If he wasn't edgy enough, you can use the shadow skin. Fun getting one shot by a full tank Bologna though. some items definitely seem powerful. What about death animations? Death animations seem fine to me. Like that was never a problem I had in the other alpha either, so I know they improved some death animations, like Ymir, but I'm not sure. But you get a new gaming PC? That's great, man. Did you buy it for a specific game, or did you just feel like you needed an upgrade? Oh, last time I saw SMITE 2 gameplay, you would just disappear in the air. Huh. I haven't really noticed, to be honest. It never really bothered me. Like, I don't know a single death animation in SMITE 1 either. I don't really look at that stuff, I guess. I need an upgrade, fair enough. I really wish god building was a thing still. It feels so awkward for me. I want to make builds, but I'm incredibly bad at remembering builds. I'm so bad at it. Even when I have made the build myself. I only remember 2 of the items that was in the build that I wanted to use. Not by name, though. I see people know how to play the game. We made it, boys. I'm gonna have a game where people play their roles, because everyone picked a role. Great. Glad we're on the same page. He looks so edgy. He is. He is edgy. I'm against Bologna again. Last time I played Mordred, I was also against Bologna. Give me a different matchup. I need to see different matchups. I guess I could be against something else, but I'm pretty sure Bologna is going to end up being the solo, if I had to guess. So, the hybrid bruiser build is very, very good. I'm gonna do this real fast. I'm gonna yoink a picture of this build, because I want to try my own version of it. I don't want to do the auto building. Probably beats, but I think I want to try. Yeah, I'm doing Blink Rune here. We get 3 pots. We run. What was the starter with that build? It was Bluestone, right? Yeah, it was Bluestone. Bluestone and then that item. What is that item called? Maybe just gives health? Yeah, this one. Oh, you start with an... Okay, that makes sense. Alright, so yeah, this is the item I want. This feels very nice. And then you go into Phoenix Shield after.
Revel in a good fight.
Who am I against? Do I know any of the names? No. I don't. The thing is, though, I think run animation looks so clean on this guy at least. So, like some of the new gods have such clean running animations. You got all the clothing physics as well. That looks pretty nice. I enjoy that just for the small thing that it is. So his passive has a dash. That's pretty interesting. It's the first active passive that's ever been in Smite. He's got a long-range poke here with a bleed. If you hit it in the middle, you have to be super like precise with it for it to bleed.
You are no match. Your middle tower is under attack. I sense your fear. You are no match.
I should have just taken the camp. That's silly of me. Now his dash has a small knock-up as well. And he's got a very good early clear, to be honest. Which is why I like to compare him to Tsukuyomi. He has 3 damaging abilities. So he can do a lot of damage. But he also does not have any real mobility in the beginning. Like pre-level 5, he's pretty much just like Tsukuyomi. He's got some decent long-range poke. Not as good though, but... And then he's got one ability that gives him some movement speed and some kind of defensive ability. I would even argue Tsukuyomi is better in that sense because he's got a stun.
An enemy has been slain.
This guy's a small dash though again, but you need to have it charged up. Like, what is the condition for it again? Yeah, hit enemies to gain wrath. Yeah, so after using an ability or attacking, your interact key becomes a... So if I do this, then I can dash. And it has a 10-second cooldown. So you need to be in combat, essentially, to use the ability. But he's so much fun to play. He just feels really good to play. And his ultimate is the big talk of the town, you could say. No! Screw the tower. Sad. His ultimate is very good. If he's fully charged. I would even... This Siphon isn't actually that good, I would say, his rank 1 ult. But like Arthur, his, you know, lower, I guess, what do we call it? Rival Nemesis, whatever the fuck. He has a double ultimate situation, where when you charge it up, and use your abilities and stuff like that, it charges up. So it has a rank 1 and a rank 2. The rank 1 is a relatively short-ranged straight line ability that siphons. It roots if you hit, and it will lifesteal a bit. So nothing insane.
I sense your fear.
Just a little bit of fun. I can use it on Bologna if she gets close enough, because now I have the rank 1, but I'm gonna get my big one pretty soon if she comes too close. Yeah, she does not want to fight.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Just do it. Look who was there. At least I got her. Hades is done as well. Oof. Alright. Next up, Phoenix Shield. Well, Hades, you're mid. Go mid. He's level 5. Defend your mid, brother. So yeah, this is the Siphon. When I hit it, I can't do anything else. I can move a little bit, but that's it. I can only move a little bit. But I'm unable to press any other abilities during that time, and they are rooted. So I mean, some will be able to just jump, I guess. So it's nothing big. It's just kind of like a small CC, the ultimate. Pretty much like Arthur. But Arthur's is a stun, so it's obviously a bit more powerful. Unfortunate. It is easy to juke. That is a fault that it does have. It is very easy to juke his thing with a dash or a jump or anything like that. But it's a very, very strong rotation tool. If you want to gank, go gank Mega or something, you can get there pretty fast. Or just try to gank them with it. He is very powerful.
Again.
You can actually use the dash knock-up as well, as like a small CC to help your little combo. I think Bellona is unnecessarily passive, I will admit. She definitely could be fighting me more. Damn. So you can't combat blink when... Was that because I was stunned? I was not able to combat blink. That was a bit weird. Not sure why that was. Okay. I believe it had Kusari as the next. Do I like Kusari? It has Kusari has cooldown on it? Damn. I'll take it. And this is one of the new objectives as well. Yeah, he leeched it. Leeched it. So it has a decent amount of health, but it drops like a buff, I believe, that helps you kill other things. Like when you have the Harpy buff, or Naga, it's a Naga. Warrior Naga? I forgot the exact name. It's a Naga. When you get that buff, when you hit an objective or a structure, I believe, it says it will spawn 2 smaller Nagas to help you. Which is interesting. It is not PvP, but it is something that helps in PvE.
Enemy missing right.
He sounds familiar, the guy that voices Mordred. Let's see, we can see the power of a Mordred gank here. And his ultimate honestly does too much damage. It absolutely does too much damage. I'll yoink a speed buff here.
Enemy missing.
She's pretty scared. I guess I understand it now, but not in the beginning.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. My blades hunger.
I don't have my big ult here.
Attack the Gold Fury.
And that was Aegis, I believe. Yeah. Aegis can be slightly hard to spot at times, I think.
So I may rise.
Didn't need to yoink that one, Ymir. That was mine.
Is under attack.
I'll still say damage numbers needs to be better as well. I don't think they pop enough. Sometimes I can't even tell how much damage I'm doing, because it's so small. Could just be a personal problem, but it's not the first time I've at least heard someone say it. Damage numbers they need to slap, like you need to feel good when you see the big number pop up. I just don't right now. No, get him. We're getting the objective. And oracles have been added as well. So oracles just exist now. I think that's good. I honestly kind of like the oracles.
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Damn it, dude. Trying to snack on this Ymir, but he keeps running away. Is he the jungler? No, he's the support.
Death follows close.
I see they added the big war horns now. You can truly tell that the enemy has it. It's like glowing red. Oh, creeps can interrupt you now? Shit. No! Okay. What was next in this one? Interesting. Berserkers coming in pretty late. Berserker Shield is definitely interesting. Oh, they surrendered. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think I need to get used to as well looking at what the enemy is building, because you can no longer look at it based on gods. You need to check if they're building intelligence or strength. Five objectives destroyed. Slammed gods? What does this mean? Oh, times mortar has hit 3+ enemy gods with hard slam attack. Huh. That's kind of weird. Yeah, so Mordred at the moment is probably going to be my main. I think he's the one I enjoy the most as of now. But all of it will really depend on how much he's ever going to be available in ranked. Well, I guess not even just ranked. Just he might not even be a good solo. It's so hard to tell when you're not against people on same skill level. Because they just don't play it the same. Like, I don't really think he's going to be that good into someone like Bologna. I feel like Bologna would win that matchup. Maybe not. Like, right now he could just be OP and just out-damage you. But at the same time, Bologna, if you level Bologna to 2, and he can interrupt it, by the way. Actually, he can. With the little dash, he can. Maybe he's actually pretty good into Bologna then. I'm just thinking out loud. Oh, I kind of want to try Bologna build now. I almost kind of want to try the build that I use on him. Maybe I could see how that works, because she's also... Did Bologna look so good now? They've truly fixed how she looks. She looks awesome now. I obviously want to see how she feels to play, but primarily I want to test the build that I have on Mordred as well. Because he's also kind of an ability-based warrior. Not as much as Bologna, but that build just seems really good. And this way I could probably test if it's Mordred that's cracked or if it's the build. SMITE to Enjoyer. Nice name. Oh, it's pretty much just here. Almost the same. Maybe I will do this build. No, I want to do something manually here.
Let's do this.
Hey, VSB, good to see you, man.
A soldier should be prepared.
No, dude! Both Guardians are going to duo, or to solo. Jack is going to duo. We don't have a mage. Oh my god. Dude, I just want to play a normal game. The Perv Smurf, Golden Smurf God. Dude, are these bots? Are these bots? Dude, what is that item actually called? I need to figure out what it's called. Wait, intelligence. But no, Bellona's fully strength. Oh my god, I can't do that then. Where's Mystical Mail? I'll just do Mystical Mail then. I guess I'm mid, boys. We're doing Bellona mid.
Minions have spawned.
Do I have instant cast and everything here? Yes. Except for her ult. Good.
Enemy missing right.
Yeah, Bellona mid. Truly something special. Everyone knows Bellona is the best mid. Her autos do look better. That's for sure. Dude, this guy's last hitting? You kidding me? It's creeps.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I think I need to start filling a bit more. Because if my teams do this shit, I think I need to just pick whatever we need instead. Because now we don't have a mage. It's gonna be a hard late game. He's reaching too much with potions. I was so ready to blink in there. Not to mention, we don't have a jungler. That's almost worse than not having a mid.
Come on and hit me.
I missed my one?
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, you're gonna walk up? I'm gonna wait for my cooldowns here.
An ally has been slain.
Let's see, you're gonna be greedy for the wave or not? Okay. No, my long ass auto, dude. Okay, I got greedy. TP behind him. He'll never suspect it.
Left the
The tower might though. Dude, they already left. Oh my god. Well, at least we can surrender early, I guess. That was almost so good, yeah.
has left the
Oh, the other one. Oh my god. Yeah, it's Jober, boys. I have one goal this game, and that is killing Zeus, just once, at least.
Hit me.
You chasing me with a full wave on you, buddy? Because I think that's a terrible mistake.
slain an enemy.
Goal complete. I was hoping I could juke the ult. I could not. Dude, look at this. Look at this solo lane. Ares Ymir. Who are they winning against? Chaka, I guess? Yeah. Next goal, kill Zeus again. I am indeed building Mystical Mail.
Your middle
into this Zeus. It'll pay off, I'm sure. The fuck, this is such a long range. You're gonna ult? Yes, oh yes. I'll take the trade. So, it does indeed heal now. They buffed it again. They took away the healing on Bologna's 3 and they gave it back. Probably for the better, to be honest. Lol.
That was a good fight.
Lol. Okay, what are we building next? Like, I don't really want to go for more physical. I kind of need to go for some kind of magic going into Zeus here. Kosari then? I'll grab the cooldown ring. Get my 2 up a bit more often so I can clap. Clap Zeus when he looks at me wrong.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna see if I can yoink red buff real fast.
Hit me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If he sticks up here, he's dead. Alright, I'll take a blink trade. Cause my ult's up soon.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy. Right tower is under attack.
How soloable are you for me? Not very soloable at the moment. Would be very easy though with someone else. Well, I've Mystical Mail. I'll just keep going at it. Nope. What?
To the death.
Yeah, you can see when someone is on it, which is a bit unfortunate. I guess, because you can see it being moved. And he just kind of went and killed it. You're welcome. Looks like these guys are having a conversation back here. Is it actually too early? Can you? Yeah, I can't do it. Still can't do it pre-10. Yeah, Bella's pretty similar to Smite 1, and I think that's good. Because she worked just fine in Smite 1. The things they changed on her, which was removing the healing on her, was kind of the only thing. Like, she's a god that works just fine. No need to really change her. That's also why I hope they don't feel a need to change every god. Like, Ymir was a very simple god. Did he need changing? Probably not, no. But do I appreciate the changes they still made? Yes. I definitely think they can think about something obvious they could change. But I don't think they have to. But I'm sure there's at least 1 or 2 gods they will use to rework. Just because they can.
An ally
Like, if you want to rework anything, now would be the time to do it. Go away, Ares. I don't want to play around you. You're stealing my XP.
Your right tower is under attack.
Go away. I gotta get solo farm. You can do. You can get mid. I believe in you.
An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Let's get into a new one. I'm fully down to play a game out like this if allies are also willing to. But this is probably just a waste. Well, it generally is a waste of time if you're down 2 people. And they didn't have bad players in any way, so. At least you don't need that much XP to level up. That's decent. Ranked season. Wait, does ranked exist? Wait a second. Game mode? Conquest ranked solo. Wait a minute. Let me give this a shot. I need to remember the builds. Dude, I wish so badly they had god building. Get that demigod rank. I'm on it. Yeah, what was all the ranks here? Well, I mean, if I want to get something real nice, it has to be deity, right? But right now I'm amber. I'm amber. I'm gonna be a bronze and silver for dude. How much are we? MMR. I'm just gonna call it MR for now. SR, I guess. How much are we gonna get for a win or a loss? Like how much are you gonna win and lose? Hopefully you don't lose anything this early. I feel like you shouldn't be losing anything until maybe gold, and that's when you should start like losing something. Cause dude, this is a lot of fucking tiers you gotta go through. Alright, let's see how long I have to wait for a game though. Wonder how many people are playing ranked at the moment. Probably just the top players. Well, I assume the ones who's just queuing for something random don't know that it exists. In case you just need level 5. Maybe. That could also be it. I would like to not cancel search. I just want to go see what the other modes are, but I'll leave it in queue. Mega fan title. All gods forever. I'm kind of tempted to upgrade just for some ascension passes, to be honest. Like I don't have anything else to spend my money on, and I kind of want the some skins for my gods at the moment. It feels a little bare boned not playing with any skins. I want to look cool. I need to look cool. Match found. This was almost faster than a normal, just a casual queue. That's crazy. I hope you can use the recommended builds in ranked. Because if I get a role that I don't play, I need to use the recommended builds. Have you tried Mordred yet? Yes, twice. On stream at least. I tried him in a flash test like a week ago, and then I played him twice on ranked. Banning. Am I banning as well? It's fine banning. Oh no, they're back to the old banning. Also, they're only 4 people. Interesting. It's only the top player banning them. Yeah, it's one ban per. It is just only one ban per team. Mordred and Fenrir. That's interesting. Banning the junglers out. I mean, we have to build or get shock, right?
Shock.
Wait, I'm playing support, I guess. Shit. Damn it, I forgot to take a role. I'm an idiot. I guess I'm playing shock support. I'll just be building the usual stuff, though. Whoops. Oh, how nice. Thank you, Mark. Nice name. They still only have 4 players. Like, they're missing a person. So I don't know how this is gonna go. Yeah. Kind of seems like it would be a little unfair. Otherwise. Before I queue, what are the other... Just, okay, solo... Can you only queue solo in ranked at the moment? At least I know how it works now. This way I can actually just pick solo. But that's interesting, that you have to be quick and choose your role real fast. Before it all goes wrong. And you lose your role. I feel like I need to duo queue with someone though. So yeah, if there's anyone queuing for Smite 2 who is on like the same-ish skill level that I usually play around with, then feel free to hit me up, because it would be much easier if we were able to duo queue. Which I believe you can, at the moment. It'll make the climbing a bit faster, hopefully. Because I am still solo after all. So, for all I know, I might just have a team that does not. Um, shall we say, they just get outskilled, potentially. It would be nice if that wasn't the case. And I could rely on someone else. So I'm just checking out other streams as well to see like builds and stuff while I'm waiting in queue anyway. For reference. 1-2 games off level 5. Yeah, that'd be fine, Benji. I think it would be better than what I could potentially meet. But I guess I'll see for reference. Like we'll see how this first rank goes and how close in terms of skill level it's gonna be. Because I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be a coin flip. Like there's gonna be at least one person in like in one of the games or in every single game pretty much who just is completely new basically and just decided to queue ranked. Because level 5 is not much, man. You get level 5 after like what, 5 games? Someone who thinks they're better than they are might just end up queuing. Yeah, I see Nika is against an Ares at the moment, but I don't think Ares is a good solo. He's just kind of winning lane, like he's winning the lane clear by default. I don't know what he's queuing with though. Someone with a lot of numbers in their name. Ranked's gonna have some long queues potentially. Did you solo moderate? I did, yeah. And he's very good. He's very, very good. He's on a share with last play together. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Like at this point in early in the alpha, it doesn't matter much to me. Like I think my standards are pretty low, as I've mentioned. All I want from my games right now is that people play their roles. I just don't want my support to hang around in solo, for example, taking my buffs or leeching my waves without actually trying to gank. I just want people to play their roles. If I'm going solo, let me go solo. Right? That's pretty much about it. I'm lowest. Solo. Taken. Don't recognize any of the names. I mean, the worst part for me usually is that I take solo and some other guys just go solo. And then I'm kind of there like, I guess I'm mid Bologna, you know, that type of shit, which happened last game. That makes it a bit awkward. Odin. Odin ban. I do think this is decent. This whole screen. That tilts me. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing in the very beginning of Smite. A lot of new people will come into Smite now, and they haven't played Smite 1. Dude, don't pick Jingwei, please. Jingwei is fucking broken. She's not broken enough for me to just pick her in solo, because she kind of needs a few items to get online, but... Sol middle. Okay, we got a lot of auto power. Noki's good. It definitely seems like I'm stuck playing either Chak or Bologna in this one, which is fine. At least there's still 2 solos left for me to play. I could also do Hades, but I just don't like Hades. I didn't even like him when they made him OP in Smite 2. I just don't really like his kit very much. And I'm definitely not picking it into Anubis. Pass. You know what? It's actually not that bad into Anubis anymore when you can dash twice. When he ults you in your ult, you just dash. Ah, that's the Chuck. I don't like it. Damn it. Maybe I do have to pick Hades. Because I don't think Bologna is good here at all. Oof. Oh well. I like playing Bologna much more anyway. I'm also thinking about this a bit to try hardy. Because there's probably going to be very different skill levels. We'll see what happens. Dude, how do these look?
Bologna.
Edgy for sure, dude. Around the eyes. Yeah, she doesn't have that normally. That's really cool. They almost like stained tears around the eyes is cool. And this obviously looks great.
Bologna. Bologna.
Bologna.
Vengeance. Bologna.
I will be your vengeance.
You look so happy.
Bologna.
The new skin does not look very good, I think, on Bologna. Her normal model just looks way better. They really upgraded her normal model. I mean, if you played it in the beta, Benji, I think they just kind of come a bit late, but I think they just count your old. I think I'm manual building here, but I'm gonna use the other build as reference. Yeah, manual builds. I mean, Beats is very good here, but I think I'm going Blink.
A soldier should be prepared.
Like, what item am I running for here? Like, what can I even buy? Like, I want Mystical Mail, so I think this actually fits. Yeah. Because I think I'm against Chuck. I would imagine so. I'll do Mystical Mail. Just because I think it is worth it. I might do Shield of the Phoenix. It's either Shield of the Phoenix or Berserker's Shield. It's probably going to be Berserker's. Let's be real. Also gives health regen, which is nice.
Hello.
Alright, first ranked game of SMITE 2, boys. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, the new Radiant, like the flashbang skins, I like to call them, because they're very bright. They are the new rank 10 mastery skins. And they look so fucking cool on some gods. Good luck, thank you. I think I will have some fun with this, either way. I think you can only select your ranked at the moment, it's the only option I have. Yeah, it says that, but I believe Nika is duo queuing with someone right now. So I think you can. Want me to wait? If you want to. We'll see how this skill level is, like right now. If it's atrocious, then yes. I would love to queue with you. If this skill ends up being like around my own, then... yeah, I'm not sure if it might be too difficult in that sense. Like, I'm obviously not sure where your skill level is now, after you've been playing.
Enemy missing, right.
Dude, people are missing. Also, no one in mid. Jack is here. Yeah. I think we can probably queue, just based on what I've witnessed now. I think it'll be alright.
I help those who need it.
My team is winning as well.
Take this jungle bomb.
I need some key binding that needs to change as well, I just realized. My potion is in the wrong key binding. I don't usually have it on C. Kinda late that I realized after playing like 5 games. My team is winning as well. Kunina seems to be
Not bad for a sword.
good.
Attack. No possible.
Alright, I'll back off here. But with this build, you can actually start Chalice. That's kind of huge.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't even think this is what I was trying to build. What was I trying to build before? It was the other one.
Be careful, Miss.
Mystical Mail. Well, I guess I'm going Berserker Shield now.
Slain. Not bad for a sworder.
It is tiring. Learning so many things.
Be careful.
I could have yoinked it, but Loki worked hard for that one. I didn't want to steal it. If he was getting away, I was gonna blink after him or ult after him or something like that. He wasn't getting away, but I'll let Loki grab that.
An enemy has been slain. Out of mana.
Okay. Return to base.
Yeah, I think we won this game already. Well done. First rank game in the back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Blue successfully yoinked. I should have him. I'll grab Mystical Mail here, and then follow it up with that. I do think Mystical Mail is worth it. I need to test if I think Berserkers is more worth early on Bologna, but I do really... into someone like Chuck, where I won't really be boxing him much, I think Mystical Mail has a bit more value.
Retreat. An ally has been slain.
Goodbye.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, we're going in here, huh? Chucky boy.
Over and out.
I help those who do their best.
Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down.
I need to grab these. They don't last for very long. My bounty. And they give so much gold too. 80 is kinda crazy. Oh? Oh no, a server hiccup.
That was a good fight.
Damn it. That sucks, man. If only I had ult up for that.
Attack.
I got greedy. I almost got him too. Mystical Mail not good enough.
Come on and hit me.
Actually, legitimately, might have had them if I had Berserker's Shield. Why is Sol here?
Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat, right lane.
Go away, Sol. My farm! No, man, not in rank 2. Ah, whatever. Yeah, it was almost a 2v1. Almost.
Your team has destroyed a
Return
right
to
enemy
base.
tower.
Defend left lane.
Why are you here? Go away! Defend your mid, where there's nobody. I don't understand. Why are you here? I need to back with Berserkers. Actually get some attack speed online.
Take this jungle buff.
Dude, 120 gold? Dude, maybe it's just me, but some of these things give way too much gold. That is insane.
You are as wise as you are strong. Wherever there are gods in you, I'll be there. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry.
No problem.
Thanks.
That's fine. Let's get Kosari next. Which also has cooldown on it, which is honestly makes it pretty great, I think.
Team has destroyed.
If you just think of Kosari from SMITE 1 that also had cooldown on it, it would skyrocket the value of having Kosari. Like, as a support, having Kosari is just generally nice, for more attack speed and objective damage. Why he's so willing to box. They just don't have the same kind of knowledge as we do, you know? It's the lack of experience. He doesn't know how much damage. Like, knowing every matchup and like how the matchups work and how Bellona works against Chuck, stuff like that. They just don't have that knowledge to know, so they're just trying. Any taunters? We got a taunt. Probably didn't need to blink. I was trying to see if I could avoid the tower shot. I couldn't.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Athena's not bad though. And neither is, I guess, anyone else on my team. Like, there's definitely a very clear skill difference in these two teams. Just like what happened with my last casual game. I'm happy it's happening in ranked for me, rather than the opposite.
Ultimate is down.
Dude, Sol loves my solo lane.
An ally has been slain.
And she did not get the tower.
On my way. I'll gank right lane.
On my way.
Be careful.
Keep chasing us. Let me get my CDs up. Honor is here.
Hit me.
Nice
That's so
move.
silly. I survived. I'm still here. Yeah, I've been promoted to mid. Once again, I am now below the mid. That is crazy. I think she's just pushing to be on a realistic mindset. I'm gonna freeze. No.
Not bad.
No problem.
You are as wise as you are strong.
Hit me.
Let's pour it on her. He has no idea. This wall is fat. I'm ulting for... Yeah, there we go. I need to get the assist, man. I ran so far for it. I'm ulting for that assist. We fell for it.
Under attack. Your team has an enemy has left.
It's time to turn this
Your middle tower is under attack.
We both went the same way. Tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Return to base.
He's gonna protect that.
Hail. Enemy ultimate.
I think I just want more attack speed at this point. I'll do Kins. Let's see how this works out. I'm decently tanky. This is essentially the equivalent of the SMITE 1 Bologna build that I usually do. I want to see how this works now. I think it's just generally way more worth just to go tanky, but because this is kind of like a lower game, I'll grab some more damage.
Attack the Gold Fury. Okay.
Athena yoinking all the kills.
I am sorry. I am sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird, huh? I do need more active items. Dude, he keeps doing the same thing. Someone missed the memo on how the wall works now. That knockup is pretty significant, though. It much further. It's like feels like it's much further, at least, than what the knock back, knock front, knock front. Yes, that's what we're gonna call it. The knock front on Ymir's wall now seems to be much further than it was in the previous alphas. 250. Oh yeah, we can queue now, Benji. You can just invite me. The only bad thing I'm actually thinking of here is that, from what I was told, when you duo queue with someone, you will also meet a duo queue. So we might end up in a situation where we, shall we say, meet someone who is also duo queuing, and they might be someone who I usually deal with in ranked. Because I imagine those are the only people who want to super try hard in ranked and get up. Okay, can you actually queue now then? I can interact with it, so you'll have to let me know. Can queue? Is there a different queue now? Not for you? Okay. Alright, that sucks. I thought you could, because I thought I was seeing Nika do a queue. It must have been just for casuals then? No, you definitely can, because it literally just says rank conquest party for him. He's in queue right now. Maybe we have to restart to see it, or something like that. Can you give me lead? I want to take a look. Yeah, it was just there. It just changed, I guess. It probably was glitched on your end. But yeah, it works now. It just changed. It just changed into Conquest Party. So, are you King as well, Vives? It's a solo queue for me still? Okay. It was just a visual glitch then. Not to worry. You got deserter? Did you leave? Or was it some kind of glitch? Did you crash? Wanted to change some keys for active items? I see. You got in the rank queue, thought you canceled. So I guessing you're saying you ended up dodging? Yeah, because you can't see anything. Damn, you can't see anything behind when you go into the menu. Because thank you for actually saying that. Because now I need to swap something as well. Controls. This one needs to be this, and this one can then be C. That's fine. I need my healing potion on my mouse button. I'm so used to that now. Everything else should be fine. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna change my title as well now that I ranked this out. Solo was taken. Sad. Well, I'm mid then. Who do you even pick mid? There's barely any mid laners. I gotta play the Goobis. Is that it? It's Goobis time. Dude, Mordred is open. Don't. Oh, okay. Alright, we're getting Mordred in our team then. I'm guessing. I would 100 slam in the Mordred right now. If only I was solo. Imagine playing ranked. It's true. Who does? Only suckers play ranked. Now, do I do a Neath instead? Because mobility against that team comp is something I think I would enjoy.
Anubis.
I have a bunch of skins for Anubis too.
Anubis. Death's shadow.
Yeah, these skins still look pretty great.
Let us put on a good show.
Anubis.
I even have his... whatever this is. Embalmed. Refrigerated lemons. It's a good name. I don't know if... oh, I guess I would refrigerate my lemons. I don't really usually buy lemons though. I always buy lemon juice. Sometimes lemon soda, but I usually use the it's like a small lemon juice things when I need lemon taste in some of my food. Just because it's cheaper. Rough, man. Well, have fun, Benji, because Jingwei is a piece of shit. I could have maybe... dude, can you even trade right now? No, you can't trade. Maybe you can. I don't want to try it, just in case, but... the thing is, though, I kind of admire what this guy did as first pick, because he banned Susano and picked Thanatos, leaving Loki as the only one to deal with that Thanatos, and I'm pretty sure Thanatos wins this one pretty hard. I believe in refrigerated lemons. Burst damage or lifesteal. I mean, it has to be lifesteal. That's what Anubis does. So I am doing that. I feel like I have to go beats.
As a means to an end, I shall take it.
Sands of Time? Dude, no, I can't even sell it. Oh my god. Sands of Time? Actually, I guess you only have the I don't mind. Whatever. Right, we're using recommended builds, my friends.
Charmed. Greetings.
Greetings. I believe I start on red as mid, right? Gotta get my red buff. Even though it does something completely different now. I don't actually know where you start as mid. How is my instant cast? Oh, everything is an instant. Don't want that.
A not unwelcome sight.
Minions have spawned.
Minions are spawning already. Is this... dude, 20 seconds left on this spawn. I don't think I'm starting here. Why do you start as mid? Just in mid? You started red as mid? Yeah, but I feel like I'm losing minions if I do that. I might go to it after this, the first wave, I guess. Because there's such a long spawn. Like, it's still not even close to spawning. Yeah, I think leaving after the second wave to go do it is probably the way to go. Probably with some help, I would imagine. Maybe you actually wait for the jungler to come. But, yeah. I knew I was gonna do it. I'll yoink that.
Tower is under attack.
Thank you very much.
You will never.
Jumps on me.
Very nice. Anubis 1 definitely does way less damage than Smite 2. Like, I feel like I'm just not hitting them very hard. As of yet.
Fabulous. Blasted cork.
I'm backing off. Smite over air cancels? I'm not too sure. I don't think I've played a god so far that actually has air cancelling in him. No, it does. Yeah, no, it does. Because I used it on Chuck. Yeah. Which is it's very minimal on Chuck, but you do it with the 3 sometimes. So yeah, it does. It works on Chuck at least. I forgot if I did on Bologna. I don't think I did. Because I was never in the matchup where that was relevant.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Unfortunate.
An ally has been slain.
That is her actives. And Anubis' ult now does a burst of damage in the very first hit that it does, which is interesting. I forgot about that.
I crave more.
Alright, now I have an active item, so I have to remember that it exists. Real bad. How do I like my 2 so far? I think it's great. It feels really good. It lacks sound effects at times, 100%. But I think the game itself feels good to play. It's almost as smooth to play as Smite 1. It's very close. Like, some abilities are still kind of a downgrade. Like, I think Mummify doesn't feel as good on Anubis here specifically. But it feels really good, man. I'm liking it. I'm having a great time.
Right back.
It is good enough to the point where I could play this every day. So...
Enemy missing middle.
she's in left. She actually just dipped out.
On my way.
And he just killed her. Alright, well, good shit then. Why did she leave mid?
It's a trap! Your left tower is under attack.
I guess I'll do the same then.
An ally has been slain.
Attack, please. On my way.
Retreat! Has slain an enemy. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Thanks. Your middle tower is
Enemy
under
missing.
attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Can't one-shot those. Just testing here. What is that? Oh, is that a decoy, I guess?
Missing middle.
Shut up, tower. What the fuck?
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that.
Okay. Ymir was here. Mordred's big. That's good. I am just letting my build do its thing. I'm just trying to keep track of what I'm actually getting. More lifesteal would be nice. Auto build. I need to heal more of the wave. I'm not healing enough. The sound effect on the tower, I don't know what that is. It's like the shooting of it is glitched. I also forgot, dude, I forgot to use my active item still.
An enemy has been slain.
Naga Queen has been defeated. I didn't even see there was one. There's 3 mid team. Where are we at? Where are we at?
I prefer to leave the dying to them. An enemy has been slain.
Almost an outplay. But good job. Anubis ult feels a little weird.
Has been slain.
I'll admit. Feels slightly strange
Your left tower.
when you pop it.
Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I need to start warding.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy missing middle. Is under attack. Enemy missing middle. An enemy has been slain. Fabulous. An ally
Jesus Christ. Dude, the Loki's name. I just saw it. Bacchus needs to farm. He's level 7, man. Ymir is kind of diffing him right now. Or being support diffed.
Cancel that.
Enemy missing left. Down the hatch.
Damn, I really just need to wait for a late game, mid game situation with more items. Because this is pretty rough so far.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Charmed. An ally has been slain.
Worgen is rotating a lot, losing a lot of tower stuff for it. See if I can actually just grab the tower.
Enemy tower.
I think I would have preferred almost to play Kukulkan in this game.
Missing right.
I don't like how Mumify feels. Yeah, the wind-up to actually start doing it looks odd. It does. It might just be, you know, getting used to it kind of case. Because I do actually think it's a good idea. That it does a bit more damage in the beginning, but overall it does less.
I'll attack. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing middle. Enemies incoming right.
An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Well, enemies incoming right. Dude, what the fuck? They didn't rotate to help out Jing Wei, they just fucking turned on me instead. They weren't even rotating, they were just in camps. Dude, Bacchus is trying to kill Steel. Thanatos at least seems good, so I'm happy about that. Bacchus so far is not someone I want to rely on right now. Not that he seems bad, but he seems very eager to grab kills himself instead of just healing.
I crave more. More.
At least I can absolutely destroy Ymir. Ymir took so much damage. He's building full damage. I see why I can destroy him. That is a full damage Ymir. I probably need to focus him down then, because otherwise he was gonna fuck me up.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies in middle lane.
Dude, every time someone calls for anything, it seems like they just fucking show up in mid one by one. This is actually kind of getting frustrating. I'm just gonna ward. I'm buying 2 wards on each side, because holy shit.
Ultimate is ready.
How are they always around where I am? I'm playing Anubis. I have to go for the big solo kills. It's what he does best. And what are these guys 3-manning blue buff for as well?
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
It's starting, boys. It's starting. The confusion as to why.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, I'm gonna play really selfishly now.
We need wards.
Who's saying that? Bacchus is saying we need wards. Maybe fucking buy some then? You're the support.
An enemy has been slain.
Buy me wards.
An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under
Anubis is very like FPS heavy god.
slain.
I just started lagging every time I used my 3 and my 1 at the same time. Okay. I'm placing wards.
You cannot hope to escape.
Retreat.
They also have a pretty annoying combo, I would say, for Anubis. Double stealth with Morrigan and Loki is really annoying.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know where anyone is. Suddenly they just all show up at the same time, but I never know where anyone is.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Feel your life force slip away.
Group up.
Wait, they sentryed both my wards? Dude, what's happening? How and why? How and why, man?
As cunning as regrettable.
I can deal damage. If I'm allowed to.
Attack!
Kingdom crumbles before you.
The thing is, I don't think the Anubis ult feels bad, but it feels weird. Because it's so different. I tried. Wait, what knocked me off? Oh, Jing Wei knocked. Dude, fuck me. I was trying to ult. Oh, that was really silly.
An ally has been slain.
We need wards.
An ally has been slain. Rats.
Has the matchmaking gotten any better? Well, not yet, but that's just because it's fresh. Like, you need to do some games before matchmaking really does anything.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Fire Giant is way too squishy. Dude, what the fuck? That died so fast. But they also have Jingwei, so. But even still, that died so fast.
Defend!
We just lack wards.
An ally has been slain.
They're weirdly coordinated.
Cancel that. Cancel that.
The enemy team has destroyed.
I'll see if I can just get grab a quick kill for us here. Just so they're not 5. She's healing. So very much. Dude, Jingwei is so broken, man. She always has her too. You cannot avoid her autos. Also, Anubis does not feel very powerful. I'm not gonna lie, I'm almost a full build Anubis now. And I can't even... I don't feel like I can do that much damage to the Bellona. Is she full tank though? Not even... No, she's not even, dude. She has 1 protection item and the shifters against me. Yikes. And the full crit Ymir as well is also kind of shitting on us.
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Yes. Enemy missing right. Your left Phoenix has
It's
been
Jover.
destroyed.
I can't believe I lost my first rank game. That's crazy, boys.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed. Under attack.
We lost all our phoenixes. All the fun mids aren't in the game yet, and Anubis doesn't actually feel very good. Well, I guess maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe with an actual support it would feel a bit better. But even then, I feel like Bellona should have gotten completely destroyed by my my abilities. She was 2 levels below me at the time too. That feels a bit weird to me. Maybe mages just aren't that good right now? We also lost all our like phoenixes and towers so fast, man.
Make way! An ally has been slain. Slain an enemy. Shut down.
Someone needs to just turn around, man. And Bacchus is not doing a great job of peeling. He's the last one alive. Sad.
An ally has been slain.
I cannot tell when Morgan goes stealth at all. I can't hear her.
Your Titan is under attack.
I kind of want Doom Orb. But I also just kind of need fresh, like just crazy power. I do have Rot though. Rot does not have a lot of power. Holy shit. This game is over, man. They can just end. No, creeps finished it. That sucks. Yeah, it's tough to say. I hate that only one person can ban. Though it makes sense, but still. Minus, dude, you should not be, dude, you should not be losing anything for losing this early. That's crazy. How can you lose something this early? Do you not realize how far you need to go in this? Dude, I've got to go so far. Yeah, no, Bacchus was kind of terrible, unfortunately. He just wasn't really doing anything. Like, he wasn't peeling. The weird part is, like, when he did something, it's not like he was bad. He wasn't just looking at them, but he wasn't peeling, like, he just wasn't playing as a team. He was just playing very, very selfish. Because if he was peeling as well, Loki and or Morrigan should never have been allowed to do anything. Bacchus is so good against the stealthers, because he can just track them with his 3. And definitely, arguably the most broken god right now. I think you can probably make it with, like, Mordred, but Jingwei is straight up broken. She's actually disgustingly broken. I don't know why they did that to her. Jingwei was fine. You can literally load her 2 for no reason. I actually can't fathom they buffed her to that extent. It makes her straight up... I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record at this point, but she's so broken. Mid definitely feels a bit weird. Like, I don't think Anubis felt bad, per se, but I think Mummify is kind of hard to land. It still feels a little delayed, which makes it tough. I don't know who I would pick in mid that I would actually enjoy playing right now. I don't give a shit about Kukulkan. But honestly, I would probably pick Kukulkan. To be honest. Hekate is fun, but I think she's kind of weak. Outside of her ultimate. Her ultimate is disgusting. But maybe I'll pick Hekate next time. My only issue with picking Hekate is that I don't believe I have a team that would follow up on a good ultimate. Why is that so expensive? My brother. What the fuck? That is insane how much that costs. Mori is good. Yeah, that's true. Mori is probably the best mid at the moment. Unless Neith is still really good. I haven't tried ability-based Neith anymore because it does physical damage now. But like Neith was arguably the best mid in the early alphas for tournaments and stuff. She was really good. FG is definitely too squishy. They buffed Morgan all cooldown? They might have. Let's see. I mean, yeah, I guess they... I mean, did they? I don't know how it was in Smite 1. But... It starts out very, very long. So I just think Morgan is in general pretty good, especially right now. I think her clear is one of the better ones in the early game because of her passive. Well, Ymir was building full damage. Ymir was building full crit, so I don't think they needed anything else. I am at the top though, so this is nice. Now I can bend something. And with that in mind, Benji, do you want Jingwei? Because if you want Jingwei, I'm trying to get Jingwei. She is incredibly powerful. Pick your role, you're right. No? Okay. Because, I mean, my pick is pretty obvious. Like, I'm going Mordred if I get the chance, so...
Mordred.
Look at all these cool skins I won't be able to use. Tragic. At least they lowered the amount of worshippers you need to level up. At least in the beginning. Because rank 1, like level 1 mastery is only like 30 now. Instead of 50. So I think I'm rank 1 on him. Maybe rank 2. I need rank 5 just so I can get, you know, the Onyx skin. That's enough. I want Radiant the most, obviously, but... Mid feels so bare-boned right now. It's so easy with the right team. If you're like dual queuing with someone and you want... Like, you can honestly kind of outban a single role and just pick the rest. Like if you're playing mid and ADC, for example, you could just ban 2 ADCs. Well, not that I think both teams would do that, but like you could just ban, like for example, the Jingwei, pick Neath for mid, and then pick another ADC, and that kind of leaves them with something like it leaves them with something you can control. Oh, it's refrigerated lemons again, and also spicy Jack. So it's gonna be Hades mid. Oh, not Hades. ADC. No, solo. Damn it. I can talk. This does feel like a beats game, otherwise I think I'm dead on cooldown. Now, Mordred into Hades is definitely something I don't know where I'm gonna end up.
Greetings, ally.
A not unwelcome sight.
Hi.
Every game you can just ban Jing. Yeah, I just feel a little bit sad. Because she's so incredibly broken, I think she should carry a lot of wins. If I was ADC, I would just try and get her every game. She's so powerful. Especially for climbing and ranked. I'm trying to win, you know? I want to win. Like, I could go mid, maybe in Play Jingwei, but...
Minions have spawned.
yeah.
Death follows close.
This is gonna suck. I can already damn it. I can already feel it. Of course he would be here.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That's not good. It's looking rough already.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, these two might actually also be duo queuing, since they're on the same team again. Which would be tough, because then we're only meeting them because we're duo queuing, and I would kind of like to avoid that. That's gonna make it so much harder.
I sense your fear. Sense of blood. Your middle sense of blood. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been
Yeah.
defeated.
No, I think I need a solo queue after this game. Dude, my blue is getting camped by the jungler. These guys are definitely duo queuing. Spicy Jack and Refrigerated Lemons. I cannot deal with this. Not when I don't have someone else who can end up carrying on the other side, because I'm gonna get smacked here. I'm literally just getting camped. I'm so far behind Hades now. Or I will end up being really far behind Hades. At least that's what I think. Like, I assume we're meeting a duo queue because we are duo queuing. That's how the system works.
Your middle tower. Your left tower
I don't know, my ult didn't want to go off. I pressed it like 3 fucking times. I pressed it 3 fucking times. I should have had that kill. I don't know what the fuck he was doing there, just looking for me over the wall or something. I was waiting for him to reveal himself on the other side. I still wanted to fight that. This is tough. Falling behind Hades is the last thing I want right now. And I need Loki to start doing something. Because every lane is getting clapped. As a result of their jungler. Yumi's AFKing. Yeah, it's tough anyway. We have a big diff in the jungle section. Like, the fight in mid could be really good for them right now, but Loki's just AFKing in the jungle as well. We gotta respond.
Enemies in right lane.
Left lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And Fenris the support, by the way. Just feel like I wanted to mention that.
All I have ever known. Finally, you have been slain.
Wait, shut down? You get shut down after 3 kills now? Damn.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Wait, what happened to Ymir?
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, no, this seems like an unfortunate case of a skill diff again. Dude. I'm already stuck!
Your right tower.
It happened so fast.
Sense of blood.
Rip the rank dream, man. It barely even began. Yeah, this Hades is boring to be against as well, because he's just waiting for his friend to show up. To smack me. I'm playing fucking 2v1 over here. Might need to rotate and see if I can help out instead, but it's not looking so good. Yeah.
Been slain.
The Fenrir support is dominating as well.
Your middle tower.
Every time I'm forced to ult out. I should be buying more wars though. Probably.
Your tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain.
Dude, why are you not on instant cast? Damn it. The amount of times I'm trying to press that shit.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's Jover. Let's get out. Damn, people don't want to surrender, huh? Well, it feels very over. Surrendering here feels like it's or not surrendering feels like it's just a gigantic waste of time. The support diff and the jungle diff are too big. We can't really do anything here. They have two rotators just killing people. Like Fenrir is not even Fenrir is the support, by the way, so. And Ymir hasn't been here once. Dude. Right there is my point.
Okay. The war is won.
It's Neath hold as well.
Hades, welcome.
If we get full late game, I can see there being a chance, but it's looking really rough right now. Ymir just saved
Your left tower is under
the. Well, Hades died anyway, I guess, but he should have died so much earlier, and I wouldn't have ended up dying for it. I guess I'll go left here.
Your left tower is under attack. Death follows close. Is all I have ever known. The pain finally.
Never mind. She's too fat. 400 on her one. Damn.
An ally has been slain.
It's too soon. We ain't winning. I highly doubt this. I'm a doomer.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Center blocked. An enemy
How much do I need for this? 900. Unfortunately, SMITE has become too much of a team game. To, Dude, he doesn't even want to fight me when he has the upper hand. I'm saying it, this guy's a pussy. He's a pussy. He waits for his friend to arrive, then he fights. Let me back here. Just fight me, man.
Follow me.
Loki's playing well though, so there's that.
An ally has been slain. No match. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Enemy missing right.
Let's see just if I can just get a bunch of farm. It is with my ult, I can save it, and more than likely still get out. What's the next up in this build? Sure, I can grab this.
The enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Well, if you'd stayed with me, Loki, maybe we could have won that, but I'm just dead. Once again, I'm trading myself for this when I'm the one who should not be dying. That sucks, man.
Welcomes me.
Attack.
I need farm.
Follow me. Follow me.
I'm actually lower level than Ymir. Damn, that's so easy to kill with two squishies or two damage dealers.
The opponent somewhere.
It's soon time for me to walk the dog as well. I might just walk him and then keep playing, because I do want to just keep playing. He's level 17, I'm not dealing with a tank Fenrir. That's such a waste of time.
An enemy has left the game.
Be careful. Left.
An ally has been slain. An enemy
The enemy DC, yeah. I don't count too much for winning about that, but at least she's back.
Your middle tower. An ally has been slain. An ally has left the game.
And now Ymir left.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has left the game.
Loki also left.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Classic. If they want to surrender, we could just surrender it, but no. They wanted to keep playing.
Slain an enemy.
That's really boring, because this is one of those games that almost feels like the usual rank game in my lane. Because I was just my blue buff, and I was ganking at level 3 by the jungler, and my blue buff was being camped. But no, that's just... And I will still say this. Why the fuck are you why are you getting minuses for being all the way down here? You should not be losing anything down here. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's so weird. Yeah, I think the duo queue is a disadvantage right now if we aren't on the same level, because I'm gonna end up meeting two people who are potentially really good. We could also just meet two people who are not good, right? But if we meet two people who are really good, it's gonna be a problem. Because we're guaranteed to meet another duo queue. Let's try without, because it's weird how that completely changed everything the second we went into a duo queue. Is Modron a god? He can be, yes. He kind of is. Like, I feel you can definitely do auto attack on him. But I think you can just do, or rather, you can do ability based on him as well. But I think he is primarily an auto attack god. He's got a steroid built into him. And he's quite lifesteal based. I mean, yeah, having a jungler would be nice. But it's also just tough. Like, I think duo queuing is fine, but like if you're ADC and solo, but we gotta be on like the highest of highest levels, you know. Because if I get shot down or you get shot down, we can always rely on the other one. In, you know, most cases. Obviously, sometimes both lose. It happens, but that one was tough. Because, yeah, they just had a good solo and a good jungler. Like, I wouldn't even say Hades was that good, to be fair. Hades was getting completely destroyed. But Thanatos is good. And he made sure that I wasn't able to keep smacking the Hades. Because I would have killed him one time if Thanatos didn't show up. I literally only died because he showed up. I was waiting for cooldowns, then he showed up. And I couldn't finish off Hades. That was a pretty fast queue. Alright. Next. Gotta go again. Looking pretty rough so far. Oof, solo was taken. I guess I'm playing mid. I guess while waiting, let me give my dog some food. I mean, Mordred is still on the table. I feel like I should just pick him.
Mordred.
Oh, whoops. I'm mid. Shit. Well, I'm Mordred mid, I guess. Mordred mid it is. Kind of a whoopsie, I guess. Should have had a mage. I'll still be building intelligence a little bit, so I still think they need protection. Shouldn't overall change how they build. Moderate mid is the future. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be alright. It's a little annoying as a Kulkan, I suppose. Yeah, three assassins essentially. This will be good. I mean, they have a weird combo as well. Athena and Ares, without having something else, like they're gonna have a great frontline late game, but they don't actually have a good like backline killer outside of Thanatos. So, but they have some heavy beats forcing, which I think will be the meta in Smite too. I think Giga beats forcing will be the way to go. Because some gods don't have CC built in, and Beats has a long ass cooldown. And if you have an Athena and an Ares, you're legitimately forced to play super passive. Because you can't deal with that. You're not dealing with that. Also, I am actually gonna do this, because it's been happening way too much lately. I am putting... Why? What? Well, whatever. Everything instant cast on this guy. Because I keep pressing the ult and it doesn't go off, and I think it's because I am confused about which item. Right, that item. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I get confused about what I should be building. Actually, wait. No. Cause now I'm mid. I'm still mid. I need a mana potion now. I don't have blue buff. But yeah, my ult wasn't instant cast, so somehow I would press it and I just wouldn't go off. I think it's just because it wasn't instant cast. Because I'm so used to instant cast now on some things. Actually, as mid, I should maybe start with my 1, or my 3, I should say.
Minions have spawned.
Three makes a bit more sense for safe clear. And poke. Honestly, I might try that. Clean. I don't even need a mana potion, man. This guy doesn't need mana. Now, I might have to wing a build, because if I have to build like a mage here... Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just be Uncle Kulkan and make sure they don't have a mage. Maybe that's how I do it. I counter the mage. I'll be the mage hunter in this one.
Enemy missing middle.
Thana versus Sun over there. Nice.
Okay.
This is how we're gonna do this. We're gonna be the rotating mid laner that is actually also a jungler. What's that sound?
I will be right back. Enemy missing middle. Attack. Into blood. Killing spree.
Okay. Mordred mid is indeed the future now.
On my way.
Clear the new meta, yeah.
Has been slain.
They start lane at camp? I started in lane. I think lane is the best choice. Like, if you can, like, do lane fast, then go to red, and then go back to lane. But you lose so many minions if you don't do the lane first. Jesus Christ.
Enemy missing middle.
I can't speak today, but I guess that's kind of every day at this point. I feel like that's becoming a motto for me. Told you, yeah. It's going great. Let's just say I'm happy I'm not against the good player here.
Fear. Okay. Attack.
Everyone is over here. I'm joining this fight. That's so weird if they get beached. Dude, I feel like that's not the correct interaction. So if it gets beast, I'm just stuck in animation. Damn. Because he definitely did, yeah, he beats it. Dude, beats is kind of hard to see.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, not sarcastic. Oh, yeah, for sure. You knew this. I knew that you knew this.
Be careful. Enemy missing. Slain.
I believe in you.
She really did not want me to get those 30 gold. I'm sticking around.
I'll gank left lane. Enemy ultimate down. on my way.
Has been slain.
Ymir definitely seems good as well. That's a ballsy play. You gotta trust yourself to do something like that. Damn. Right there is what I mean. You can definitely just easily block it. And I'm not able to get away. I don't know if the Athena ult actually hit me as well. Can I tell? It did. So Athena ult hit me while I was in the air as well.
I'll gank. Beware the shifting sands. My fury has been slain.
We're very far ahead. I'm not really too worried.
Follow me.
No problem. Thank you. My death follows.
I knew you knew I knew. Oh, they surrendered. Nice. Win. I got the achievements. Win one game is mid. I definitely played mid this game. that I did. Yes. You do get a lot for winning, like 230 SR for winning compared to what the like 40 or 50 you lose. I just don't feel like when you're at the very lowest, you shouldn't be losing anything for losing. Like, not gaining a win is punishment enough. Yeah, actually a mid laner. That was me. GG, I was the tree. Jokey Loki. Let's give him more skins. Loki needs more skins. It's just a remaster of the old skin though. That makes sense. Yeah, this item was inspired by SMITE 1 skin. Yeah, it's not exactly the same. But it has the same card art as the old skin. It's definitely upgraded, to say the least. That's cool. So they're slowly remastering some of the older skins. I think that's pretty nice. Placements. I don't think there are placements yet, though. Maybe they won't have placements. Right now, you just start literally from 0, and that's it. You just gotta win, and you get minus for losing, and you get plus for winning. But right now, the plus you're getting is much higher than the the negatives. You're getting much more. Like 5 times as more type stuff. Alright, maybe I won't do Mordred this time. Maybe I'll let Mordred go through. No, they banned it. What am I picking then? I guess Chuck is the most obvious choice.
Shock.
Because Chuck is probably the best solo. I need to figure out a build for him though. I might just copy what I saw Nika do. I forgot what he started with though. Is he playing Chuck? He's not. Oof. I'm not sure what to build on Chuck. Hey, Ringwraith, what's up, man? Hoping to live vicariously through your stream tonight, since you're out of town. I might be disappointing to you. I wasn't planning on streaming much longer, but just for you. Don't worry, it won't be just for you. But I do want to. I'll stream for at least like an hour more, like until 9, I think, something like that. I've been going for 5 hours almost, and the problem is I have a dog, guys. I'm sorry. I would love to play for 8 hours straight, but eventually I have to take care of my dog. Dude, all this fucking collaboration bullshit, go away. Every time I hover over something on Twitch, it pops up the collaboration shit. I don't want to collaborate. Enough. Can you still build the shroom item? You can, yes. And it's still pretty good. It has been nerfed a little bit, though. He's already telling me it's time. It is not time yet, actually. So right now you're just lying. I also haven't eaten dinner. That's another thing. Because I wanted to play as much as I could. And I will still play SMITE 2 off stream. I am sorry, but I will do that. Because I want to climb as fast as I can to get to the good games. Yeah, it's been a pretty good stream so far. I had 2, like, this is ranked as well, by the way. I have already lost 2 games. Not because of, like, it's a bit random who gets the better team at the moment. It's a 50-50 situation. I think I will just do this. Wait. Where am I? Did I not pick solo? Oh no. Where am I supposed to be? Mid? I thought I picked solo. Because there's currently Hades in my blue buff. Dude, am I Chuck mid now? Fuck.
Hello.
Shit. Hopefully I have auto buy off. I didn't actually realize. If you guys can check, did I actually go for solo, or did my solo just get yoinked? Because it kind of feels like my solo got yoinked. This build already also sucks, because it doesn't have bluestone in it. Why the fuck wouldn't the recommended build have bluestone in it? Why did I even build the recommended build in the first place? He juked me. I am sad. Why are you battling me? Huh? It's not a trade you can win. At level 1 at least.
Your future looks bleak.
I just stop wasting my axe throw and just clear the wave.
We gaze ahead in time.
Morgan actually has the level 1 clear. Morgan level 1 clear is too strong with her passive. And I don't have bluestone, that's also a reason for it.
Your right tower is under attack.
Don't have anything, man. Dude. This is definitely my fault. Because Hades locked solo. Damn it, dude. I'm an idiot then. That's my bad. I was so distracted, I guess. If Hades went solo, I'm the idiot here. Because honestly, Chalkmid is just fine. But I need to go full, like, ability based then, which I'm clearly not. I went for a fucking solo build that is auto building as well at the moment. I have triggered myself very successfully. There's no farm left either. Yeah, I'm sorry, Fenrir, because I should have won my lane against Morrigan 100%. Bluestone Chalk against Morrigan is gonna fucking destroy Morrigan.
Your future looks bleak. You cannot comprehend us. Your future looks bleak.
Like, it will happen eventually. Like, once my 1 does enough damage to super outpoke her, it's gonna be great. Which it kind of already is now. That's only gonna go up. It's not looking good overall. Where's all... Orange just died once. Rough. Everyone has died once.
Enemy missing.
Hades! Help! Unfortunate. At least the axe doing work? Yeah, it is. Axe is indeed doing... Dude, what am I building? I would be okay if this is Phoenix Shield. I'll take some sustain, but then I'll have to go for intelligence later. Or after. This is tragic. I feel bad for my team. I heavily screwed up in this one. You live and you learn.
Attack mid lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing. By the light, be purged!
Why is Sol here? Why is the ADC here? It's hard. I don't know. It's so hard to tell when Morrigan goes into stealth. I legitimately can't tell.
An ally has been slain.
What? Get him, tower. Nice. We got something.
An enemy.
Alright, now I have Phoenix Shield. Next up. Dude, what did you build this for? Dude, god damn it. Oh, actually, I probably went for this. Oh, dude, I should get this one. This one also has intelligence. I'll take that. That item actually works. Yeah, the Morgan stealth is strange. Agreed. I mean, the laugh definitely does give it away. It's just that you can't tell from a distance, because you can't hear the laugh. It just seems like it lacks an animation or something.
Attack.
On my way. Enemy ultimate down. An enemy has been slain.
I'm sad I missed, but I got the assist. I'll take it. And that rhymed.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Honestly, the main problem with my build is that I have Warrior's Axe. Because this is going to end up doing something for me that I don't want. I might have to build tanky just because of that. I need to focus on the wave more.
Enemies in middle lane.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
An ally has been slain. Middle tower is under attack. You're in the light.
Why me? Oh, that's my stall. Okay.
Save yourself. An ally has been slain. A divine storm.
I used everything to try and help him. That sucks. Dude, Hades! Oh my god. I wish I was solo. How did he not get Susano instead?
Your team has destroyed a left tower.
That sucks, man. Susano should have died for that. He's trying. He is. Oh, well, I hope so, at least.
Your middle tower.
I'm not sure he's trying, man. I can't tell. I could do a Helm of Darkness here. You know what? Hades just killed her. I think he's trying. I don't know how he killed her. She was full HP. I believe in him. Actually, he's building full mage, isn't he? For the most part. I probably don't actually need to. What? How did they reach me? Dude, Ares, get out! Why is she still here?
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under
Brother? Why is Soul... Dude, what is even happening in this game? It's a good wall.
Get down.
out of mana.
On my way. Attack.
No, he didn't miss Ares' ult. It's just that now it gets cleansed. So when he used it on Ymir and Ymir responded with his ult, like the Ares ult is no longer on him. So Ymir just used it to cleanse. You can use any CC immune to just get out of it. At least that's what I believe happened. I didn't see him missing it at least.
On my way.
I need cooldown. Sure. Grab me Spear of Deso. Yeah, it works like a dodgy ult, yeah. It's just a cleansable thing now. So Ares is going to be completely ruined the second Hell and Chiron is going to be introduced. Then he no longer needs to exist.
Godly wrath. Your right tower. Shimmering radiance. Be careful, be careful.
Dude. The double Ares ult is going to be fucking problem.
Slain.
Actually, no, it's not double Ares ult. He just turns into Ares, but... So, what I just learned is... You cannot use Blink Rune if you're crippled. I was unable to use it. Wait. It doesn't even scale with intelligence very well? Dude, oh my fucking god. Because they changed the scaling, dude. I need to build strength. This game is a nightmare for me. No one ever look to this game for inspiration or anything else in your life. Because this game, I'm making all the wrong choices. Not just one of them.
Tower is under attack. Your
All of them.
has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Godly wrath.
Gonna just advertise it. Yeah, this is where I saw it. This is the idiot that did it. No problem.
To the face. An ally has been slain. Enemy ultimate down. been slain. Beware the shifting sands. Ah!
Dude. Hades? Oh, he doesn't ult yet. Aw, man.
The gold fury. Wave in glory.
You don't even need help with this, man. Dude, I don't have no idea what I'm building. I actually don't know.
Thanks.
I'm going Jotun's. I'll end up selling the Spear of Deso. Like, the other two items should be okay. Where's my build? Probably Shifters is something I should build. Wait, this one is not okay.
Be careful, right? Careful, right? Careful,
Help
right?
right lane. An ally has been slain. A divine storm. Shimmering radiance. To the face. Your mighty tower is under attack.
Dude, they're all here. They're just all around.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I didn't know if she had ult. I'm so squishy. I'm legitimately not. I'm not a frontline, and I don't do enough damage. I'm actually ashamed
Has been slain.
of this game.
Your right tower to the face. Slain an enemy.
But who will haunt your dreams?
That's a big kill for me. Might bring me back somehow.
Godly wrath. Shimmering radiance.
I've got cooldown at least. It's something. Small wins. Yeah, I took so much more damage than I expected to. Like, it's worth noting that I think damage dealers right now are just insane. They have such good items.
An enemy has been slain. You have a place by my side. An ally has been slain.
Be careful, middle.
I'm just farming a bit here. Catching up.
To the face. A divine storm.
Next up, I am actually see if I can go for some protection here. Yeah, let's do shifters. This build is shaping up to be okay. At best. That is the best case scenario. That is, this build is okay.
Ah, how wonderful.
I need shield of regrowth, man.
On my way.
I need regrowth, man. I need speed. I'm slow. Is that Neethult? What in the world is she building?
On my way. Be careful. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
All you think about is me!
Fame and glory.
Launch your dreams now.
No! Didn't get body block. Neith is oddly tanky, or she just heals a lot or something. I feel like she's not taking that much damage. Alright, next up, I always forget, you can build 7 items now.
Attack the gold. Attack the gold.
On my way.
Let me grab Bloodforge, maybe. I'll grab Bloodforge because it has the shield on it. That might help when I'm a bit more squishy.
Attack middle lane. Attack the gold. Attack the gold.
I'm irreplaceable.
You will never
Ymir is just chasing Hades. We're online, boys. This build is kind of working now. Truly one of the builds of all time, this one. Takes a little long to get online, but once you're there, oof,
on my way.
it's crazy. Looks like a crit game. Oh, that would be one of the builds of all time. I guess wards just don't last very long. Now that I see it, because I placed my wards before. You guys fucking saw that. But they're gone. They're out.
Defend the fire giant.
Actually, maybe I just do Titan's Bane for penetration.
Enemy missing. Defend the fire
Enemy
giant.
missing middle.
Attack fire giant.
Enemies at the fire giant.
Are they actually on fire?
On my way.
Doesn't seem like it.
Attack middle lane. Fame and glory.
Enemy ultimate.
Oh, dude, damn. The Neath burst, holy shit.
Attack right lane.
There is no hiding from me.
I'm making sure he goes. He's not going. Chuck's too fucking slow for this, man.
Getting warmed up.
Damn it.
There is no hiding from me. Attack, fire giant. On my way. Attack, fire giant. Attack.
Gank.
I'm just dead. I was zoning. Alright, I need to get this. Damn. Good shit by Saul. That was so, dude. That is so clutch. And risky. But well done. Bloodforge is always nice. Yeah, it's pretty good in Smite too. Because it's an active item instead, so you can choose whenever you want the shield. Yeah, 10% of your max HP. So that's pretty good. I have a decent amount of HP. Max HP is interesting, considering it's kind of like a damage item. Now, next up, I need to sell this this fucking thing. It's nice enough for the cooldown, but it is not really particularly good, I would say. Damn, she's solid gold. Like, we have fire on some people. We should group.
Ultimate is ready.
You actually legitimately cannot move with that. I mean, we're split pushing as with our Hades, but dude, why is Hades not with us? That's kind of silly.
Ah, how wonderful.
He's clapping. Hades is really powerful for us in team fights. We should have him with us. Look how much he's dealing with both of those.
An ally has been slain.
Like grouped, I think we win. Split up, we lose. Yeah, one more Gold Fury, and I believe we're like it. They can't use the Phoenixes, or the Phoenix get disabled for a little while. I also need to focus a different target than Susano. It's just hard because my ult is so big that like it can be used to peel as well and hopefully just get a quick pick off. But I really should be on the carries. Okay.
An ally has been slain. Be in glory. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Retreat.
My ult is up so soon. If only I had regrowth, I would be right up there.
Good work. The gold fury.
Alright. Strength potion obtained. Got essentially a 3k pot.
To the face. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Yeah, ult tower, that we have to push.
Group up. Attack.
We have to push. Dude, is there any point in... Okay, good. I think good to know from now on. I'm not gonna go for... what is it called? That's pretty nice. I'm definitely not building any kind of blink bullshit when I'm against an Ares, because you can't use it if you're crippled. It actually counters it, which I honestly, I think that's good. It needs a counter, because combat blink is incredibly powerful. But holy shit, is it annoying to deal with when you can't avoid anything he does. I think I just go for more strength, like a bigger ult. Crusher maybe. Also give some cooldown. I'll do Crusher. My build is already kind of fucked. All I really need, I think, for the best case scenario is just get a big ult. If I can get a really big teamfight ult. It's tough though, because we always have someone going in alone. Fenrir really wants to catch a target, and I'm doing the dumb mistake of trying to follow it. I shouldn't be doing that. I should really just focus on getting in a good position myself and get a good ult off. Oh. What a weird fire call. Why are we going for Fire Giant? I mean, we're still winning the fight, but if he was just baiting, then sure. But dude, that's such a weird call. Get him, Ares. Oh, get him, dude. Keep chasing him. That's so unfortunate. Susano is not dying to Ares. I'm just not doing nearly enough damage, man. I wish you could type, but you still can't type to your enemies or allies. Because I want to say, when we get this gold, we need to push. This stuff is literally disabled.
Your team just destroyed the Gold Fury.
Even though this build kind of works now, I do wish I had built something else from the beginning. Oh, Hades dead.
Enemy ultimate, enemy ultimate.
Enemies incoming right!
Defend the fire giant.
Enemies at the Fire Giant. Shimmering radiance. Has been slain. An ally
No.
slain.
Dude. Why? That sucks, dude. People are just running around alone and getting caught. It's so silly. Susano's playing very well, I will admit that as well.
Is under attack.
Susano is heavily carrying their team.
Your middle Phoenix has been
He just
destroyed.
picks people off. But the fact that I ended up being top damage, I don't like. They just got burst. Alright, next time, which is gonna be now, I'm gonna actually pick something that is good for mid, instead of being an idiot and picking the wrong thing. I'll take some of the blame on my end in this one. Alright, I'll do one last game. What was that? Under investigation? Under investigation. Content unlocks May. May load slowly. Oh, I see. That's so funny. Yeah, I almost recovered the game. Oof. If I had Bluestone, I legitimately think we actually... Well, I'm not gonna say we would have won, but it would have made such a big difference when I hit someone with an ability. Dude, why would I ever recommend Warriors, man? Who the fuck does Warriors and Chalk? That man is a Bluestone guy through and through. I'm ranked 2 on him. Nice. I mean, honestly, the queue is pretty fast. Like, you're waiting less time here than you do in Smite 1. Obviously, Smite 1 has a 5-minute, like, time queue. But still.
Mordred.
I picked solo this time. I got this, my friends. I did it. Dude, my score is starting out rough. I thought it would be easier to climb a bit, but there's actually pretty decent players. I know, Torsten. I know. Yeah, I know. Just one last. Yeah. Yeah, he's acting like he's never been out in his fucking life. Chill, man. People haven't grinded their MR as far as part yet. Yeah, that's true. Like, games are definitely uneven, but I would say that last game was... Like, it was a good game. I legitimately think it was. That like, it sucks losing it, but I was partly because I was an idiot and didn't pick the right stuff. Like, Chuck mid is decent, I would say, or possibly even really good. Unless you built him tanky. I should have built him full damage dealer, so that I could act as a mage essentially with my ultimate. It was a mix of skill levels in my last game. I mean, to that extent, it's kind of the same thing in ranked in Smite 1, though. That happens as well in Smite 1. I just mean, like, it wasn't so big that there was, like, clearly one person who could not handle anything, you know? Like, there was a few people who obviously were less than others, but it's not like there was someone who just, like, dead weight. Your games are so fast. All your solo queues have been 30-minute plus. Oh, you mean like in an actual game? I thought you meant the queue. It's like, are we getting 40-minute queues? But yeah, I think it's because I'm also against and with like better players, if that makes any sense. Like, people know how to end. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. I'm also starting to get a headache, so I think this is going to be the last game either way. Wait, what am I against? Ymir? That would actually be kind of annoying. I legitimately think Ymir shits on Mordred. I'm calling it right now. I think Ymir kind of craps on Mordred.
Distract and destroy.
It's a beats game. Damn it. How would Bloodforge be? I wonder. I'll try this. Like, I know... that's the thing. With the ranked here, I'll probably be experimenting a lot more than I would normally do in ranked. But it's also because it's the very beginning. Like, right now, ranking up isn't my main priority. Well, it's up there, but it's not my main priority, I think. I want to know what's good first. And then I can always spam what's good to climb. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what's actually good.
Minions have spawned.
Like, would Jotuns maybe be like the first big... I could actually just do Jotuns. Get cooldown early. I want to try that. I want to try and see if I can go into the mindset of like playing an assassin essentially in solo. In SMITE 1. And see if that might work.
Your middle death is but a close aim. Finally.
That's the blink, and I used speeds because I thought I had blink as well. That's just bad on my end. But yeah, back to the whole thing I said before. I think Ymir actually shits on Mordred. But Ymir also kind of... He's one of the best... He's the best boxer in the game right now. Ymir is so fucking powerful.
An enemy has been slain.
Also, who is this Ymir? I don't know him at all, but that was well played. Not bad. Am I close enough for the XP? I'm not. God damn it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
Oh, I'm just gonna back. It's been a crit Ymir build for sure. Yeah. Well, it might not be crit, but it is going to be an auto attack speed Ymir build.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
An enemy has been... You go, announcer. I want to hear it. Tell me everything. It only sucked that I died early to him. Damn. It has a range. Dude, he actually has a full level on me. Yeah, you go take that. If he invaded my blue, I couldn't fucking stop him, so...
An ally has been slain.
What? Okay.
Finally subsides.
Is it the same guy? No, it's not the same guy. Honor's just FK. Nice. Dude, there's so many issues with Mortar's ultimate. He's so glitchy. Heard the machine tower gun book? Yeah, I've heard the tower's going crazy.
Tower is under attack.
I don't want to do anything in solo anymore. Go away, Thanatos. Please. I'm so far behind Ymir now. And I already was. It's gonna be hard enough to deal with. Can't even back yet. I wonder what I should be going next, though. Because I won't be able to box Ymir no matter what. It just ain't gonna happen.
Center block. An enemy has been slain. Run high. Death follows close. Center block. Pain is all I have.
Yeah.
Finally,
It ain't happening.
has been slain.
It's so Jover, boys.
Right tower is under attack.
Maybe actually that is the pick. Like almost every time I've played competitive as well in the few tournaments, I went Ymir. And partly because of that was because he absolutely destroys Bologna.
Right tower is under attack.
So I went Ymir. And every time I killed my opponent, like 2 or 3 times, Ymir is really, really good in these games. So maybe he's the pick I should just go with. I just don't think he's very fun to play every game. But he has the potential to be very, very, very lethal. Oops.
Fuels me. Your right tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I have beats up. I might want to bait out the freeze, see if I can fight him.
Has been slain. Center block. My blade has slain an enemy. Your left tower.
There we go.
Retreat right lane.
You play duo queue or alone? I'm alone. For better or worse. I tried duo queue, but it's you're guaranteed to be against a duo queue, and often that kind of sucks if I'm getting camped against a jungle and solo queue, which was what happened. I just got completely camped by a duo queue that had some fun with me.
Death follows close. Your middle tower.
This is my last game, but maybe next time, Gaudio. We definitely could try it out.
Retreat.
I've been playing for almost 6 hours now, so I need a break soon. I got a small headache and I need to walk my dog and get some food, so.
Enemy missing right.
But I'm definitely down to duo queue.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't like that's still a thing. It's so stupid that you can do that. You can still channel the Ymir ult or anything else like the Chuck ult and then blink during the channel. It's so stupid. It should not be a thing. It feels so cheap.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Damn Athena ult though. Dude, did that land so fast or did I just not realize Athena ult was hitting him?
Enemy missing right has been slain.
I don't know if Ares is doing anything, but Athena is definitely a problem right now. Hopefully Ares is doing something. Okay, Athena gang solo at level 4. So, yeah, Ymir is still broken, guys. He did actually just go full crit, yeah. He went Deathbringer first item, by the way. He also went... Dude, he's going for a one-shot build. He went Hydras into Deathbringer.
Stand your ground. Plan can fail.
See if I can catch up with Susano here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Slain an enemy. Shut down. Getting warmed up.
That is very big.
Scent of blood. My blades hunger. Scent of blood. An ally has been slain. Is under attack. Scent of blood.
Hey Neo, good to see you, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
Say your request? Alright, I'll accept it after this. Or next time I log on or something like that.
Sense your fear. Enemy missing high. Death follows close. Under attack. An enemy has been slain. Enemies in right lane.
I hope they're having fun and left, because they're taking everything we have over here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Don't know why Susano went. I think he went mid.
My blades hunger. Enemy missing right.
Let me grab Kusari as well. I really do like Kusari has cooldown on it now. That's great.
An ally has been slain.
Surprised they didn't manage to block that. But yeah, Athena is just everywhere, and Ares hasn't left fucking Duo once.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. All I have.
Look who's here! Ares! Yay!
Yes.
Yeah, what am I gonna build here? Oh yeah, Kusari.
Yes. Yes.
That's
yes.
right. I think I definitely need to duo queue with someone. It's way too hard to carry games like this alone. And for some reason, I keep meeting people who are like, I guess, same skill level as me in solo. So I'm not able to really do much. I gotta pull out the broken picks now. Even though I thought that's what I did with Mordred, it's just Ymir is even more broken. Crit Ymir is way too powerful, man.
Enemy missing right.
Like, where is he? You gonna wall me?
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Like this, but right there is what I mean. There is a gigantic difference in duo lanes right now. Well, not in duo lanes, in support specifically. And I'm just dead. Dude! Kill him!
Has been slain.
My 3 didn't go off. I was frozen mid-animation. I was tanky enough to survive though, so that's good. Was a good trade overall. We lost tier 2 though. I still don't think we're winning this game. I think we can win on one off chance, and that is when Ymir becomes like when he's full damage going into late game. Hopefully our ADC is good enough to kill him before he gets close enough to be a problem. But that all really depends on this on her who is 0 and 4. So I don't honestly have a whole lot of hope. Like, how is it for everyone else? Like, is everyone else in these games also meeting good people? Because what the fuck is happening here? Why am I dealing with, like, world champions down here? These people are trying harder than people did in SMITE 1. The passion is real high.
Has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
mean, why are we going in here, boys?
Ally has been slain.
We just need to farm. And they're on fire.
Stench of blood.
Don't have my ult, which would be nice for this. Oh, that sucks. It's so funny they didn't see me though.
Stench of blood.
What?
You are no match. Your right tower is under attack.
It's a good pickup. You could tell me to do that. I cannot, because there is no party chat.
Is under attack.
So I cannot.
Phoenix is under attack.
No communication allowed. How
Your right tower
dare you
destroyed.
think that you could talk to your teammates? Yeah, it's... I don't know still why, to be honest. I mean, it's probably just to prevent toxicity, to be honest. Which I kinda get, but still. Some big ults they used. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Ah, the fucking weave. Dude, the thing that flew! That was so distracting.
Middle Phoenix is under attack.
How did she fly so well, too?
Your left tower is under
Oh yeah, it's over. See, once again, solo and jungle. I don't know, man. It feels like I'm meeting fucking duo queues and they're just... Yeah. They're just destroying, and I can't deal with it, because I feel like I'm almost alone on my end. I did fuck up this game, though. I'll definitely take blame for this game. I'm incredibly unsatisfied, so I tell you what. I'm gonna walk my dog, I'll come back, do at least one more game. And we'll see what happens from then, but... I'm gonna walk him real fast. I'm so unsatisfied with that. So I'm gonna throw... throw this one up. There we go. And I will be right back, guys. Alright. I have returned to get shit on once again. I'm level 9 now, though. I'm getting some levels, despite all the losing. I'll do one more game, though. I think I'll just stick to one. I need to actually... Playing ranked or casual? It's playing ranked. Ranked. That's why it's tough losing, you know? It doesn't matter that much. It doesn't. But still. Like, I think I'm 2-4, so like 2 wins, 4 losses. Like, it's not looking good. I don't know if I can tell somewhere. Not in here. Details, no. Like, I can check match history, but that's about it. It only says conquest. Which one was my first ranked? I started with this Bologna game, I think. Maybe? I forgot now. Yeah, yeah, that would fit if this was the case. Because, yeah, this the win, that's the win. And 4 losses. It's tough. Same now? You lose your games as well? It's tough out here. I still have a small headache though. But dude, I want to play so bad. I want to play. I'm so into this. I'm having so much fun. Oh no, I forgot to pick. I guess I'm jungle, boys. I guess I'm jungle. Uh-oh. I keep forgetting to pick my role, because I'm so used to Smite 1 just having already picked something for me. Jungle Ymir. Jungle Ymir could definitely work, for sure. But I was actually more thinking like Susano. I could do Mordred as well, to be fair. Like, Mordred is a good jungler. It's got good clear. Dude, could you ban something? Huh? Nope. No, he couldn't. I mean, everything is open, so... We'll see if this guy actually picks something. Dude, you have such a long time to pick. 55 seconds to pick something? Jeesh. Loki. With Loki being the pick, I'm more tempted to go for something like Ymir than any of the others. Dude, Loki and Susano. Huh. Okay, I have been outpicked, boys. I guess it is the Ymir. I was going to pick Susano. I felt like playing him. Wait, actually, wait a second. Ymir basically is only one color. How does he look in these? I want to check. I can't see it right now, but I want to see how Ymir looks with the skins. Opal, Onyx, and Shadow. What about his Radiant? I don't see a Radiant Ymir. Does Ymir not have a Radiant skin? Dude, Wei was open here and no one picked it. I can't fucking believe it. They have 3 assassins as well. Send you a friend request? Alright. I'll hit you up. Dude, no. But how does this? interesting. So he's just full on like black, and then everything else is gold. That's kind of cool. That was pretty cool as well. Not sold on this one, to be honest. I'm walking the dog. Yes. Actually, the dog is playing. I'm just watching. He has a controller down there. Yeah, double harassment. You guys had the same thought. Like, holy shit, look at this idiot. I feel like I have to go Blink Rune. And I'm very okay with going for the normal, or this build. It's basically building what I wanted to build anyway. It went Bumpus Cudgel as well. It's perfect. Legitimately perfect. Is this instant cast though? Everything is instant cast. I don't want the wall to be. Otherwise I'm never hitting it correctly. Yeah, don't worry, Neo. Don't worry. Like, this is gonna be my only game anyway. For now. Unless it's really, really, really...
Hi. No problem.
Greetings.
I don't have any emotes. A mastery emote.
Your inevitable death is all part of nature's plan.
Hello.
Minions have
You could sequel and damn. Are you with them on the same team? Holy shit. I mean, I think you're gonna win though, if that's the case. Can't 4-man queue ranked? I think you can 3-man queue. At max, if I remember correctly. Two, 3, and 2, 5. This is so weird. That's definitely strange. It's Susano mid. Alright, I'm first to level 2, so I'm definitely clearing faster than my enemy jungler.
help right lane, left lane.
See if I can get an early gank on this guy. It should be a super easy kill this early.
First blood. Your left tower is under attack.
Sano is low.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Help!
You can't handle me.
You got a backflip? That was a Loki there. Should have him eventually. Dude, I missed. Oh my god. Athena! Do something, Athena, please! Do something! Oh yeah, it's auto-buying. No problem. Dude, my teammates used to stop taking every kill I'm trying to get. Like, let me get something I work hard for, alright? Just give me one of them. Or more than one. Kanonas just came in and yoinked the kills I worked for there. How did you hit the big bug queue? Because there really isn't one just yet. There's just a lot of people queuing, and if you're, like, I guess if you're lucky, you get into it. Or unlucky in some people's cases. You pick a role when you get into a lobby, Neo. There is no role preference just yet. That's probably how the queues can be so fast. Yeah, it's the same as the alpha.
On my way. From me.
Finally. Killing spree. Your last tower is under attack.
Yeah, Ymir hurts. Yes, Jungle Menace, this Ice Man. Though I guess I'm not ice at the moment. Look at my belt of buffs.
Ultimate is down.
Attack.
Damn it. Saw me in time. You're gonna press it? Aw, man. I blinked for it as well.
Enemy spotted. Apologies.
No problem.
Wouldn't have done enough damage. You got Dutch on your team? You guys are getting great teams, dude. I met like one person I recognize. That's literally it. Only one. No, two. I met Gabo as well, but that was in a casual. Gabo smacked my casual game.
Is under attack.
I need Chuck to not die to Mordred here. That'll be pretty sweet. Also, my duo needs to be careful.
Tank left lane. Ultimate is down.
Slain an enemy. Double kills. Rampage. Triple kill.
Who will haunt your dreams now?
Slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Damn. Didn't know if I got the knockup or not. He really wanted me. Damn. You into E-Chrome? Damn. Well, you're just playing casuals right now, right? So that's kind of nice, I guess. It's good warm-up. You'll be up here in no time. Dude, Canonas, I've given you so many kills, man. You gotta be able to deal with the Neath, buddy. Buddy. Yeah, Neath's probably out of there after that. The main one it seems like I need to deal with is Susano. Damn it! That was up again? Dude, what is his CDR, bro? Oh, whatever. We'll kill Mordred instead.
Missing middle, please.
Who's missing mid? What are you talking about?
No. Enemies in the left jungle. Enemies in the left jungle.
Oh. They did gold, huh? That's unfortunate.
Majestic.
I guess I'll stick around left more. I don't think I need to deal with Mordred that much anymore.
Enemy spotted!
Damn it.
Okay. Your left tower.
Oh. Okay. Why is... Dude, why are you here?
I'm on it.
You shouldn't be here, man. Go farm. And now they're all in right. I need to try and see if I can follow the Loki around. Because Loki is kind of doing more than me right now.
On my way.
Which I am not a fan of.
I'll be there.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't think that's much for me to take here. Wards would be a good idea, though. Well, it's just for the last few minutes. Loki had been ganking left. And doing a bit more than me, because every time I rotated, nothing really happened. I wasn't able to pick up the kills I went for, stuff like that. So. Don't die over there, dude. Okay, it's kind of an even trade here. Assuming she doesn't have an ult up. It's mainly Kananas like taking fights and then dying. I don't want. Damn. Dude. Go in, Kananas. Kill her. Guy doesn't want to fight. Damn, I died 1 kill before godlike. That sucks. Dude, Konos, kill her. She has no mana. This is the lack of game sense right now. Is special. I now have Deathbringer online though. I'm ready. I'm gonna go grab this Naga. Unless there's a fight breaking out. He died again. These guys die every time I go on the right side.
You're welcome.
Could you chill, my buddies?
Your left tower.
I do have blink for when he jumps. Don't think I need to though. Just keep him in combat, alright? Didn't need to yoink it, but I did.
An ally has been slain.
They have Oracle, I think. It's kind of red. Vision is a little red. I missed. $800.
Killing spree.
Bonk. If you crit on the first hit, because I have Hydras, it's gonna destroy someone. She is CC'd.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Enemy spotted! Be careful, middle!
He's not really doing much at the moment. Poor Loki. Now he's really not doing anything. Dude, who went down and did all this? Must have been Susano. SMITE 2 is pretty. It's feeling good. It really is. It's feeling quite nice.
Get right lane.
Oh, you can do multiple targets with that? Good to know.
Enemies incoming right!
They all showed up at the same time. I did not expect that. Enemies indeed incoming. Oh, dude, that was kind of sick. Well done, Saul. And then Kenonos comes with a teleporter. Rotation power. Good job, team. Either get fire or both towers. Mortar is walking up. Grab him. Taunt him.
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
They don't seem to be coming. I stole it. No worries, guys.
Goodbye.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff still missing in terms of gods. Like, I need to find a new main to use, right? For ranked until my usual gods come out.
Finally subside.
I'm not sure what happened with his ult there, but it looked fun. Can't tell if he beached.
Follow me.
I think we should attack mid though. But Keranos is listening to himself. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Chasing Fenrir is not what I should be doing, though. I gotta try and focus down the Susano. He is the main issue on that team. With Neith as well, but Neith is much lower level. And I would say much easier to deal with as well.
That makes me sad.
Hero is carried.
Speeds. Attack Fire Giant?
Attack middle lane.
Retreat.
They're all dead, team. Oh, whatever.
Left lane. Retreat middle lane.
We're securing the win, I guess. We have a lot of auto power. Just waiting for Susano. I missed. Get me out! He was still there. Well, we got all the phoenixes. I don't know why people are still staying. Get out, boys. Surrender? Yeah, it's over. Time to surrender. It was game? Yeah, it was, but people aren't... Keranos thinks he's got great calls here. And I would rather follow a single call than just... Yeah, you know. People doing different shit. Whatever, though. We got all phoenixes. Like, we can just group up again. Run it down with fire. Swear our team just dies. Am I against you? Oh, you are, yeah, you're Sano, yeah. And yeah, they do. It's very uneven at the moment in terms of skill levels right now with how low ranked is, so it's to be expected. I also have more losses than wins at the moment in ranked for that same reason. Not really much you can do about it if you're the only player on the enemy team. Or your ally team. It just is that way sometimes. That happened in old ranked as well, from time to time.
Attack fire! Yes, attack fire giant! I'm on it! Pace
Gotta push up some creeps here, boys. If we get a kill, that's really big, though.
An enemy has been slain.
That is very big.
The enemy team has destroyed.
Loki keeps doing gold. I guess we can just try to end. Phoenix is spawning very soon, though. Win one game in the jungle. I've won in the jungle, boys. Yeah, GG's, Philo. Why am I getting punished for this, Bengus? What the hell, man? Honestly, to rise, getting jungle might be easier. Punished for not playing respective role? What the fuck? That's crazy. Thank you so much for the sub, Philo. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, Neo. Let me accept these requests. Damn, Gaudio. That's your full name? Holy shit. Still plays twice. Yeah, I think being that fed as Ymir, like going into full late game, you do risk the like getting killed with range. Like the second ADCs and mages have enough damage to kill you without really doing anything else but throwing range shit at you. I think that's when Ymir jungle is not good anymore. Because you can lock him down pretty easily and he's super squishy. He needs to get close to you. And a lot of mages and ADCs won't let you do that. What's your rank? What is my rank? It's still Amber. Amber 2, I guess. Or Amber 1? I don't know. I'm not sure how to tell this, to be honest. I'm here. I'm still in Amber. uh, I can't wait till I get to Bronze. The chain of sense 1 is really good to allow you to get to the enemy. It is for sure. It's not even just the wall. It's also his 2. The 2 can now be used while you move, as well as the damage trigger happens much faster. So it happens the second he slams the ground, where before you would slam it down and then the spikes would come up and then deal the damage, you know? Dude, give me my day 1 reward. Come back tomorrow for your daily reward. Have I gotten my daily reward though? Oh, you get to place my 2 now. Good luck, Wispy. Have fun. Yeah, give me my diamonds. I need more diamonds. I have 10 diamonds, and it's because I have Mordred at rank 2, or Mastery 2. Because when you get rank 1, or Mastery 1, I should say, you get the clap emote as well as 10 diamonds. And you keep getting diamonds for just playing the gods themselves, which I think is really, really cool. I think that's great. But dude, these skins are so sick. They did such a good job. I like them a lot. Like, dude, look at Ares. It's so cool. Look at him. Like, even stuff like this. It looks so clean. Somehow the legendary skins and such is so... That's what really sells me on this being in a new engine. Like, this just looks sick as hell. And you wouldn't find anything like this in Smite 1. It's also Shadow. That's kind of cool with the red eyes. But I'm not as sold on the Shadow skins. Do you get 450 diamonds for getting rank 10? Isn't it only 200 and something? Are we counting? 30, 60, 100. Yeah, isn't it only then 225? The bastard lied to me. You get half of that, so. From rank 10 if you get the Ascension Pass for the God. What, so if you get this... Oh, I see, the extra gems. There is a little... Yeah, you guys can see it. There is a gem icon right beside the Bacchus here. I don't think... Yeah, you guys can't even see my mouse. I don't know. Why is that? You guys can see my mouse, but there's a gem icon. It doesn't say how many, though. That would be nice if it said how many, but... That's cool. That's cool. I wish I could just buy it here, though. But I would have to get gems as well as my legacy gems. Because I don't have all of this stuff out here. Also, I'm in a long queue. People are not playing Smite anymore. Smite 2 is already dead. It's crazy. What is he called, Benji? Might be someone we know from ranked. Fakes? Oh. That doesn't really tell me anything. I don't remember that name. Wait, Susano has a skin? I didn't even know. I don't really like it much, to be honest. It feels like he lacks a hat. Where the hat at? Yeah, the skin prices are not... they're not it. What about this Bologna skin? It's just locked. Okay. You ain't getting this. I should have some skins on some gods, just based on... I think I have... I ended up getting this, I think. No, I didn't, actually. I think I forgot to buy this. Because I was just gonna like spend gems, so I was like, whatever, I might as well just get something out of it. I wanted to buy the battle pass. I guess I forgot to buy this. I regret not getting this skin though. Because this is such a good skin. This one not so much. The hammer is way too fucking big. I can't see what the hell is happening. Huh. Has this always been a thing? It heals as well as has lower cooldown? When you use it through your passive? That's so powerful. I had no idea. 8-minute queue. Yeah, this Bologna skin I don't think is that good. I think it's the same thing with the On Her skin. At this point, this just kind of looks old. Dude, the new Bologna looks so fucking good. Like, look at this compared to this now. There we go. I didn't like it before either, but they have changed Bologna's base model so much that now it just looks outdated. The skin is old. Hey, E-Chrome. Ah, someone joined the carry. Unfortunate. E-Chrome on Jingwei though. I hopefully style check ends up trading. Denied. Sad. He could probably play it mid as well though. Dude, what should I even pick? I actually haven't played Odin much. Maybe it's time to pull out the Odin.
Odin.
I'm feeling it. Dude, I haven't seen a single Odin. Actually, when I think about it, I've not seen a single Odin picked today. Not a single one. Is Odin shit? Or do people just hate Odin? I think he's the only god I haven't seen at all. Well, this is not good. We don't have a support this game. I think E-Chrome and Neath will be duo laning. This will be interesting. That's a Mordred jungle. See where it looks like mobile League of Legends. Oh, League of Legos? I guess that is Legends. Yeah, I think the UI, it's temporary probably. It's still alpha after all. Just like the card art. It still needs some work. I don't know any of these people. I believe in me and E-Chrome. We just gotta clap. Hybrid. I'm kind of digging this, but I don't want to do warriors, man. Yeah. Do that. Starting, obviously, with blue stuff. then I think I need to... I might try Phoenix Shield for the healing, but that's probably not worth it. Damn. I'll just do Mystical Mail, whatever. I'll do Mystical Mail. And that also means I am doing Chalice start. Because that is something you can do. You can actually just start Chalice when you do this. Because the item is so... like, this starter is so cheap. Dude, what's happening over there? What's happening? Dude, get him! Get him, team! I don't know what's happening.
Have fun.
Minions have spawned.
Is there... how are my casts here? Instant... 3 is instant, normal, or... Ult is not. And neither is jump, okay. Did you win a game before? Yes. My Ymir game, I did win. We were able to finish it. I went 21-3 in that game. It's a good Ymir game. I missed. This game's over. Might as well just surrender.
Defend middle lane. Defend middle lane.
Dude, our mid doesn't know they were mid, I guess.
You rock. You rock.
Dude, I suck. I suck so hard. I blink missed both my autos. Tragic. Should have had him.
Ally has been slain. Slain an enemy.
Alright, let me just back. I'll probably do Mystical Mail into Breastplate. I don't know how good Breastplate actually is, because it is different. Like, when you lose 350 plus 20 level HP, your abilities are reduced by 1 second. That's such a weird passive, I think. And I'm not sure I 100% understand. So, like, when you take damage, your cooldowns go down a bit. But, I mean, it's better than before, I suppose, because it didn't have anything before. Now it has a passive associated with it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He blinked? Did I see that right? Or hadn't heard it right?
An enemy has been slain. Take middle
Odin feels literally the same. It's crazy how nothing changed. Nice jump. I mean, I think it's probably the matchmaking trying to balance it out, right? But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise if the matchmaking was off, you know? I definitely wouldn't be surprised. Because it probably is.
Middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Great. Mr. finished. Feeling good.
Gank middle.
I don't know what else to buy to get cooldown. Let me see. What else could I buy to grab some cooldown? Like, probably Pridwen. I can't tell how much is max CDR. I wish they would just say the same thing, because I don't know what max is. Because it just says 15 cooldown, you know? What the fuck does that mean? Wait, what game-breaking blood have you had, or do you have? Hey Lobster, good to see you, man. It's just, there's no limit, it's diminishing, so it's worth less. I see. I assume there's like a good number, though. What would be like a good number before diminishing returns kicks in real bad? I have missed the kill mail.
I'll attack middle lane.
Don't go over 40? Okay. Right, so when I get this... Yeah, because this has 20. Okay, I guess it's just... There's no percentage on it anymore. That's about it. But otherwise, I guess you can probably put it in the same boat.
An ally has been slain. I'll attack right lane. On my way.
I wonder if... I guess I can ult him in. Yeah, he just goes through walls. So that doesn't work.
An enemy.
Damn it. How did I miss? Yeah, not much changes, it seems. That just begs the question, though, that why wouldn't they just keep it the same? If it doesn't change anything anyway.
An enemy has been slain.
Just kind of unnecessarily confusing.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't get away with the geo capping. Oh, hi. I don't want to fight you. You're way too powerful for me right now.
I'll attack middle on my way. Enemy missing right. An enemy has been slain.
I'll trade an ult here.
On my way. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. been slain.
Bit of a weird little lag she had or something. Not really sure what that was about. I also want this. Next up, I am gonna go Kusari. Good dude, Kusari has cooldown on it now. Of course I'm going Kusari. It's great.
Cancel that.
It has base. Did it actually have... I don't actually remember. Did Kusari also have base attack speed on it before? Because now it has 15% as well as the passive. I don't remember that being the case. I can't really go hit the tower much. Because I have Mystic here, well, I'm just gonna get hit. Actually, how's it going for everyone else? Susano's getting real big. Alright, I'll take that.
Your team has destroyed
Yeah, it looks like a Bellona bug, yeah. Not too sure what happened with that. I want to smack the tower. I'm just gonna jump over if I get aggro, I guess. Damn it. I'm missing too many of my threes. Well, we're 10k ahead. It's going pretty well. This game should put me back to a 4-4 situation then. I can't believe I lost 4 games this early. It's actually kind of baffling to me.
Follow me on my way.
I'll snag a Zeus instead. Get him! I'm missing too many of my threes. I'll say it once again. If I just hit them, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. Talisman of Purification could be nice for Ymir, potentially. I do want to look at this item way more, because I think this item is heavily underrated. Cleansed all CC, like, helps with allied gods as well. Against comps like Athena, Ymir type shit, you have to have that item, man. I don't need cooldown rate anymore. What about a double protection item? I guess Shifters is still pretty nice. Maybe actually Stone of Binding. Let me grab Stone of Binding. It's still good. Still good. Can you use it while it's CC'd? Which one are we talking about? I missed what we're talking about. If you mean combat blink, then no. I learned recently as well, combat blink can be crippled. So if you're crippled, you cannot use combat blink, which I think is a good limitation on it. Ares counters the shit out of combat blink now.
An enemy has been slain.
Come on and hit me!
Okay.
Your team has
Death!
Shh, don't abandon. Manage bronze 3. Time for bed. Damn, you're much further up than me then. I'm still running around in amber. Because I had a big... well, not a big losing streak, but I have 4 losses already. I lost like 3 games in a row. That's crazy. One of them, I'll admit, was my own fault, because I didn't realize I was mid. Thought I was picking for solo. I wasn't. Found out the hard way. Oh.
an enemy has been slain.
Susano definitely seems to be dominating overall, though.
Gold Fury.
Susano, every game pretty much, I feel like he's been clapping people. They also don't have Phantom at all. I think that's something that gives a lot more value to Odin, because a lot of people won't be buying this or realizing it. So
An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy. Killing spree.
Come on and hit me!
damn it. On her left. Sad.
An enemy has been slain.
To the death!
Your team has destroyed a little enemy phoenix.
The flower also still exists. Very, very powerful. Heal for the ones that definitely... I mean, even more so if you have a heal, but if you have a heal already, I imagine people will have anti-healing. Whereas in this case, there aren't that many healers in the game yet. Actually, when I think about it. So, having this is kind of valuable. Yeah, good in games. I think I'm choosing would hurt me. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Hopefully we'll meet again in the future, though. Eh. I'm not landing my shit. Go, minions! Dude, it's so low. Yeah, there it is. We had so many minions on it. Alright. I've been going at it now for 7 hours and 30 minutes. I think I need to do myself a big favor and stop. I've had so much fun today. It's been a lot of fun. I'm enjoying SMITE 2 for sure. Not the greatest performance, I would say, overall in terms of winning. Like, I've always been playing fine for the most part. I had one bad game, I would say. One bad game. Maybe two. 2.5. 1.5 bad game. There we go. That works. But I had a lot of fun. And I'll probably be playing on my own, maybe. A bit later, depending on when I actually no, it is almost 11. You know what? Never mind. I just appreciate you guys stopping by today. It's been a lot of fun, and I'll just be back tomorrow with more SMITE. I'll start my usual time now. I'm sorry for the people that enjoy playing, watching me later. But it just fits me so much better doing it earlier these days. So I usually start around 2 or 3 if I can. And then I go until like dinner time, which is like 5 or 6, maybe 7 for me. So